Shut up and sit down.
Go. Yes, folks, it is me, Festa. It is the Friday Frolic with me, Festa 67, Festa 67's workshop, and the Guru. Now,
hello,
why am I staring at you? Why? On a little bit of a downer, folks. We lost Wendy Ixon recently. And Wendy was a very kind supporter of myself, of Fox, and our little community. Has sent numerous kits and other bits and pieces and was a very generous young lady. And we're all blown away by the fact that she's no longer with us. So I just wanted to say a little something before we went live, before we did our show. Wendy, my darling, this is for you, love. May you rest in peace. There you go.
Yep.
I'm going to go down to the bench because otherwise I'll start blubbing because, yeah, it's knocked me for six, that one. And yeah, I'd also like to say a big well done to Nigel over at Nigel's modelling bench for taking the time of ringing around and finding out, because Wendy had gone off the radar suddenly and a lot of people were worried. So Nigel, you, mate, well done. Thanks for informing everyone and letting us know this sad news. Right.
Very sad news.
I had to get that out of my system. I'll get the lump out my throat in a minute, mate. Just bear with us.
I'll go through chat. I'll go through chat, mate.
Yes.
Yeah, so sad time for all of us, but big love and hugs to Wendy. She'll be missed sorely. But let's have a quick look at chat while my chat falls over. Right, we have in chat, of course, Colin's in there with all his links. Don't forget, folks, if you want to help support this channel, you can go to patreon.com/Festa67's workshop. You can become a patron or you can become a channel member and support the channel that way. So that's all his links at the top there for all that stuff. David from Sprue and Glue is in. He's become a member. He says, welcome to Festa as followers. So welcome back to becoming a supporter.
David. Welcome back, mate. Yeah, he's left me back more times than Liz Taylor left Richard Burton, mate. But welcome back, mate. And take that as the joke it's intended, David. Don't be sensitive.
And also we have in chat is LWM Modelling. It's Friday, 5 to midnight. It's Crackerjack. Oops, I mean the Frolic. Welcome, LWL. Welcome.
Hello, Bill.
Sasha is it Sasha still?
No, we're in a new month. We're in a new month. Oh. We're in May. So chat. Have we got a girl's name for Scale Modelling Chaos for the month?
Yeah, give us a name. I'm going to call him Raquel for the minute, but we'll see what chat come up with. I've got to come up with something, haven't I? Got to do something. So for a minute, I'll call you Raquel. Evening all, and for after midnight, happy Star Wars Day. Oh, yeah, may the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you, folks. Yes. And,
yes. LWM says, Belly, he's done it already. Belly mushroom stir fry, no dessert, because after that, there wasn't mushroom left.
I see what you did there. Yes, belly, bench, beverage, and biscuits, folks. What's on the bench? What's in your belly? What is your beverage of choice, and what biscuits do you have?
Yeah, for that pun, he's both banned and also Member of the Year.
I'm going to give him 500 XP for that, to be honest.
Yeah, do it. Bench, Revell, Harbour Tug, Bevy, Summer Fruit Punch, Bicky, Cheesy Crackers. Raquel says, may the 4th be with you too, my young Jedi.
Absolutely.
LWM says, strong is the 4th in this one. Raquel says, belly, bacon and sausage sarnies with brown sauce, bench, bits of wood being cut and distressed.
1,000 XP for the bangers.
I know, I'm thinking about bacon butties now. Bevy, energy drink, biscuit, non-swapped for chocolate donut and Cadbury mini rolls. Scale Modeling, he also says, this is not the girl you're looking for. Move along. That was a terrible Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Don't know what that was, mate, but that was a bit gash, wasn't it? Let's be honest.
It was like, I don't recall owning a droid. I can't do the voice. He also says, rest in peace, Wendy. Will be sorely missed.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
Our sentiments exactly. Bless her.
Yeah. PJ's in. He says, evening, Colin Fox and all in chat. Welcome, PJ. Welcome
Hello,
to you.
PJ. Thanks for you and the team for giving us a wonderful shout out earlier on, mate. Massively appreciated, mate. Thank you.
Yeah. He also says, sad to hear the loss of wonderful lady. Rest in peace, Wendy. Hugs.
Yes.
LWM suggests Betsy.
Yeah, Betsy will work. Yeah.
Betsy? Yeah, we'll take
Betsy,
that.
Yeah, we'll have that all day long, mate. Well done, Bill.
There we go. Betsy. We'll forget that in 2 minutes. PJ saying evening to Maggie and Jeff. So, yes, welcome to Jeff, who's just come in. He's retracted a message, but Jeff's in, so welcome to him and Maggie.
Hello, Jeff, and big hugs to the lovely Maggie. Lovely to see you both in. Yes.
And that is us up to date on the chat.
Thanks for that, mate.
Folks.
Sorry about that. I just got a little bit... No, don't you worry about it. Don't forget, folks, if you're not in the chat, come and join the live chat. Watch on YouTube if you're watching it on Twitter and Facebook. Yes, it's that time where I say to him, because obviously I've been away for a week and a lot of people reached out thinking that I was poorly bad. No, we had major engineering works locally because Virgin Media got fed up with their green boxes getting vandalised. So they took them all out and recabled everything. And so we had no service. So, very limited service. And I didn't want to risk streaming whilst it kept cutting out. So thanks for everyone that inquired as to my well-being. I'm fine. I'm dandy. I'm still here. I'm breathing. I just couldn't do any of the internet goodies.
And now what Virgin do is they drive around with a load of burly blokes in the back of a pickup, and anybody that's like a vandal, they just quietly disappear. You never see them again.
Well, apparently it was cheaper for them to acquire a property locally and convert it into an exchange. So that's what they've done. So
it does amaze me when you see those green cabinets, because I used to work in cable, and it's like you open them up and it's just like some wire and a fan, and it's like you could make that for $5. And how do they survive all those years out in the wilds?
The thing is people were breaking into them to get the fans, the circuit boards, the engineers' tools and equipment. And so hopefully there you go. But thanks to everyone that reached out. I am alive and well and still here, and it's great to be back streaming because I've missed it. But I sent him a message yesterday, and I think I should get all the blokey points XP for this. It was the cold beans and sausages from the can, late early morning blokey feed time, wasn't it, mate?
It was like 3:30, 4 in the morning. I was like, okay, I've finished doing what I was doing. I'll just watch this video and then I'll go to bed. I just like about finished, shut YouTube down, and I heard bing on the messenger on my iPad, because I have iPad on the messenger on the iPad, so I can hear when a message comes in. And I look round and there's this picture of a can of beans and sausage. I'm like, and bearing in mind I'm about to go to bed, and then I realised to my horror we didn't have any beans.
Yeah, he had nothing to have. He wanted them straight away, and it's like, gotcha.
Yeah, I've got like 3 Mattison's bendy sausages in the fridge, but I ain't got no beans, and I'm like, cruelness.
Absolutely,
cruelness.
Yeah.
But I can get you back.
Why is that?
Because I could reveal the picture you sent of the game you were playing, but I shall keep quiet for now.
That's all right. You have at it, mate. You have at it, mate.
I'll keep that one in reserve.
I really don't mind, mate. I have no shame whatsoever, mate.
It might make PJ angry.
Jeff PJ go all Dreyfus. Jeff Light says such sad news regarding our lovely Wendy. She'll be sorely missed. Absolutely, really will be missed. And I'm also thinking of another lady that is probably going to be very affected by this. If you're watching this back, Sarah Jane, if you need to reach out, darling, you know where I am. Yeah, because they was great friends. So yeah. So, what have you been up to, dear? How is my mum?
My mum, or rather your mum, my mum, your mum, Mama Wolf. She's all right. She's, as always, pootling downstairs with her iPad and her telly bobs. And she's decided she wants a mobile phone now.
Oh, no.
Because it's like, well, she had a mobile phone, but of course, when she got poorly sick a couple of years ago, she just forgot all about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I keep it because then it allows me to intercept any messages from things like the doctor or the NHS. Yeah. Because she could get a thing saying, come for this appointment on Wednesday, and I would never get to hear about it because she'd never tell me. So now she's like, I want a mobile phone. I'm thinking, I don't want you to have a mobile phone because I won't see your messages. Yeah, just convince her that she won't hear it because the volume on them is not really that good. Yeah. But the thing is, I know what she's like. I've got to get her if I get her an iPhone, it's got to be one that's old enough to have a home button on it. Yeah. Because there's no way she's going to even get to grips with having the face recognition and the swipe up. No. You might be in luck there. Oh, yes. I think I have one as a spare somewhere. Let me look through my drawers later and I'll post one up. I'm sure I've got one that's got a home button on it, mate. Oh, nice, because I've got my old 7, but the battery's long. It's dying on it now, so that's why I'd like to get you one. I'm absolutely convinced that I've still got one that has a home button. So as soon as I locate it, I'll blap it up to you, mate, because I don't use it. I'll throw some money your way. You know, it's good for it. Don't need to. But I'll send you a lot of pot noodles then. Green pot noodles is the right one, yeah, for that, I reckon. I'm going to shoot you. Green pot noodles? How about I batter her? So, but no, she's fine. I've not been up to much, just been chilling a bit this week. I've been building some bits and bobs, building these do's I'm going to work on tonight, but for that, taking it easy. How about you, and how is my mum? My mum is fine. Still putting the world to rights because obviously it's been politics week, should we say, without going into that too deeply. So she's had fun because we're one of those rare communities here where we get them knocking on the door. Oh, God. Rat-a-tat-tat. And they come and try to convince us. Of course, she's had that. This is my mum's ultimate week. And she's got the general lecture. She looks forward to it because she's like that predatory cheetah waiting for its prey. It's her chance to legitimately shout at people on the doorstep. And she just waits for them and she sits there and she's all nice and noddy and lets them say their piece. And then out comes the notepad of questions. And she'll then systematically take them apart on the doorstep. It's ever so funny to watch. So she's had all of that. And she inherited this technique off of Winnie, her sister, who's been doing it for donkey's years. So the pair of them, Win, hello, darling, if you're watching, have had a week to go for this week because they've both been up to mischief. So, although at least if they get collared by your mum and not Winnie, at least they get to leave with like their wallet and their watch and all the money in their pocket. Yeah, I mean, I sat there with H and we was trying to work out who would have had the worst deal dealing with me mum or Winnie. We really couldn't distinguish it, and it was the jewellery thing. She said, well, if anyone had anything shiny, Winnie's a magpie, she would have had that in her pocket. Yeah, so they leave a bit lighter if they go see Win. So, yes. So that's... Winnie. Yeah, bless. So, yeah. And it's nice to see her up and about because she's been poorly bad most of the year. Oh. Right. Auntie Winnie is watching this. She's saying all kinds of words at me tonight now for that. Oh, she watches it back because I get messages off of text messages going, you are a turd. Telling people that I'm a bit naughty. Well, you are. Yeah, but... yeah, bless her. So what are you doing tonight anyway, buddy? Well, I've got a plethora of stuff on the bench at the moment. I couldn't remember what I was working on when we was last live, and I quickly popped into Zoom before I came in, and James reminded me of what I was doing, which was this little bloke over in the corner. That's right.
So I'm going to be doing a bit on him, and I'm going to be doing the drawl. See the drawl between his teeth?
Look at
See
that.
it?
Ooh.
So I'm going to be doing
Like that.
I'm going to be doing some bits of that tonight on him to start. But then obviously I've got the base to finish painting. Other stuff. Don't go much on the Agrilian Earth. It does come off a bit, but then it has had Mod Podge and PVA on the base to try to get it to stick. But yeah, but I've got some ballast freeze that will go down over the top of it once I've painted me stones. But yeah, so I'll be doing a bit on that. The eagle-eyed had noticed that during my week of nothingness, I got a bit bored and I started basing my squig buggy. And I've done absolutely nothing else on the Goliath yet. That's had a base put down. He's got to have rocks and detritus and gravel. So they're all on the bench from when I was last here. So
it's quite funny when whenever his broadband's off for a long period, I just send him a thing. I send him a text during the day saying, exactly how bored are you right now? And he's like, oh, very.
Absolutely, it is. But then I was able to catch up a bit on my group build just down there. Oh, you'll love this. This is a little World War II German motorcycle and sidecar. Look at
Ooh, look at that. 135th.
35th Scout. And yeah.
That's brilliant. Is that a trumpeter or
no, this is MB Master Box.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, nice.
And it came with Devil's Metal wheel spokes. Now,
wait, what?
When I show you these, I think you'll understand the choice I made, which was to leave them where they were in the bag. Could you imagine how many swears you would have got out of me?
I'm going to guess that's
lot?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's 6
this is
per
so
wheel.
that you could lace the wheels basically with different layers. It's like, so I basically said, as Eric Morecambe would say, trussocks to that.
Yeah.
And decided to put the kit ones on because it's going to get muddied up and painted. So
yeah, you flapped your big baggy shorts at it and said, "I don't think so."
I did. For the eagle-eyed, yes, I'll be breaking out a tube of Yoo-hoo glue.
Yoo-hoo.
I know, folks. This is what I use for my drool.
Well, you can quite happily demonstrate that.
Yeah,
tonight,
you're all right. You carry on, mate. What are you up to tonight, anyway? You might have already told me, actually. Yeah.
I'm still assembling my Solar Auxilia. I got the what's it called? The Solar Auxilia Battle Group.
Yeah.
I got a couple of sets of that, so I'm assembling the first pack of 20 dudes.
Right.
So I'm just assembling the dudes tonight, so I can then get them primed and ready for painting and
Happy
stuff.
days, mate. And he's missed me, folks, because he ain't left me alone. He's been your broadband working yet? Is your broadband working yet? Dude, is your broadband working? It's
boring. It's boring.
He's been properly bored, isn't you, dear?
I know.
There you go.
I know, it's been like...
Right, so we have got one drop of your glue on my little homemade drop of glue applicator, which is basically an old sewing needle. Just get my hand on there. It's an old sewing needle that I've cut the end off, so it's got 2 prongs on it. Ooh. And I printed this myself, and this is the Festa 67's Workshop glue of all kinds of things applicating technique loader.
I like those words in that sentence.
And I just put that prong each side of the tooth, get it to bite.
You're a prong.
And then I just drop it on the one below it, just like that. And you get instant draw between the two.
Cool. That is so cool. I thought it was like a long, complicated process, but it's just dead easy. Dead straightforward, isn't it?
And it's because of that. It just goes each side of the tooth, lets the droplet form on the tooth tip, and then just go like that. You got to do the noise, and it applies the draw.
Now, if you wanted to, if you did like a nice long big string of drool, I'm guessing if you wanted to put like a bead of drool, you could do a little tiny bead of thin CA glue or something, just to make a little round.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, you could have a droplet hanging off between these gums. You do what you like with it.
There's a lot of jokes in there.
There is. There you go. See, you've got a nice long one between these 2 incisors there, see?
Yes, you were.
You see that? Like a piano wire.
That's so cool.
Easy, isn't it? And
that's a lot easier than I thought it was.
Yeah, all the slabber was done with hard coat, but So there you go, folks. So that's me done for the night. I can sit back now. Yeah. Steve
Colin's
is
off.
in. Saying hello. Hello, Steve. How are you, mate? Lovely to
Hello,
see
Steve.
you.
That's it. You're off now. You're just going to go on and sit and play on the Xbox all night. Aren't you?
Yeah. Betsy says, I'm more worried about how big his drawers are if he needs to rummage around to find a phone. Yeah, I've got a big drawer unit just off shop there. And it is in one of those over there. It's in one of that lot. So I just need to rummage through them. But obviously, live on air, I can't be rummaging through my drawers because it would be too noisy. Because I will find things that I had forgotten about and go, oh, shiny object.
Betsy also says, thanks, now I sound like I'm a cow.
Moo.
You are a cow.
There you go.
Jeff Light says, such as news regarding our lovely Wendy. She'll be sorely missed. Rest in peace.
Yeah, it is really sad, isn't it?
Yeah, it just came from nowhere. It's like very upsetting.
It's always the good people that sadly we lose, and that's what angers me.
Mm-hmm. You're not the only one.
So I don't want to go too mad with that draw. I don't want to do every two. But yeah.
Yeah, it's more effective when you do a little bit, isn't it?
Exactly. So there's a little bit slavering down his lip as well. So
I know I just said that, and that doesn't apply when I do chipping.
Yeah, you've just admitted that less is more, and it works. Now, the next time you overdo a chipping, I'm going to say to you, oi, slaphead, do you remember when you said on the Frolic?
Yeah. You see, you could reword that sentence just as the next time I do chipping, and it would mean the same thing.
But then I know full well I wouldn't say that. Because you do have photographic proof on something, so I would probably not even contemplate doing that.
Yeah, I'd take it like a man.
I heard you. I heard that. Oh, that brum brum, steady Beres. Where's the washboard? Yeah.
Have you seen my washboard? If I sound distracted, it's because I can hear music from somewhere, but I can't tell where it's coming from.
Ain't me. Not that I know
the window
of.
open. It sounds like. No, I can. Yeah, it's something outside. Somebody's playing music, but it sounds like. It's not like a load of people drunk up listening to a stereo or something. It's like a child with a recorder.
Ain't Blue Oyster Club music, is it? Let's move that just over there for a minute.
It sounds like I can hear a flute.
A float?
Yeah.
Morris dancers?
I don't know. My neighbours turned into hippies. I'm not quite sure.
Never know. Stranger things are known to have happened. All right, let's have a bit of that.
Age of Aquarius.
That's Iron Breaker. I've got some Dawnstone on here somewhere. There it is. Dawnstone.
Iron Breaker. Oh, no, it's coming through clearly now. It's the chavvy neighbours at the back. Oh, well, never mind.
PJ says, Festa, he says, it's taken a bit of time, but I now have all the elements needed to start his D-Day project in a month to finish. Yeah, he says, Challenger said, I had totally forgot about it, PJ, until Philip Prime reached out to me and said, oi, Bonehead, I spent 30 minutes on your channel, on your group, looking for this D-Day build notification. So I just typed D-Day build in the search box and up it come. And it was like, that's what's in that box over there. And I literally had finished the chassis on my Jeep and had nothing. Well, of course, this week I've had no broadband, so I've got all of mine built. And then I realised on the diorama I could have done with some trees and stuff, and I haven't got none of them, so I might be doing a bit of speed shopping.
Ooh.
So, yeah, I've got all the ground scatter and stuff like that, but it's just a few little bits that I haven't got. So you're not alone, mate.
Basket.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of that. Yeah.
So, Jeff Light says, what an awesomely fantastic idea. A homemade glue applicator.
Yeah, I 3D printed that, mate. If you want one, Jeff, let me know and I'll do you one.
Yeah. When it comes to drool, it's the tooth, the whole tooth, and nothing but the tooth.
I see what you did there. This is one of them things Fox one night said to me after a frolic. We had a bit of an hangout, which was one of our usual 6 a.m. jobs.
Oh, God, yeah.
What are you doing? I said, I'm doing a bit of CAD design. What's that? He says, why is that? What you doing? And I said, well, I could have done with this on the show. I said that I didn't have anything, so I got to make this. And when I showed him, he was like, really? And yeah, you've just seen it used.
Yeah. Never know when you'll find that useful.
Exactly. And it saves me a lot of time, especially for things like that. It's perfect.
Now, Steve gets the 1,000 million points today because he says, I also have a Warhammer kit on the bench tonight, the Mighty Baneblade. This is, of course, correct. You're doing the Lord's work, sir.
Someone was trying to get me to look at Titans, wasn't you?
I deny everything I was doing. Was I?
Yeah.
I blinked since then.
I sent him a
Oh,
link.
no, I remember, yes.
To this bloke who's got all the millions of points army that he built. Fox straight away went, oh, just think what you could do with an Orc Titan, knowing that I would go on a Google.
Yeah. Because he had like a massive Orc army. It's like he had a big scratch build Titan that's about 4 foot tall, wasn't it? Something 5 foot tall.
Yeah. And it was like,
Who do I know that would be... Oh, for crying out loud, turn your music down, you mouth-breathing chavs.
Wibble alert, wibble alert.
No, they're at the back, but they're at the back, right? But it's as loud as if they were parked right outside this window with the car window open. It's like... Yeah. And they go on till about 4 a.m, which doesn't bother me now because I'm doing this, but if I was trying to get to sleep... But they do it every year when it starts getting nice. Every sort of summer's Friday, Saturday night, you just get chav drivel coming out of 1,000,000 watts out of the speakers. It's like, oh, shut up. You can't get rid of them because all the neighbours go along to the same party, so it's like...
Yeah.
I don't know. Wouldn't be so bad if it was decent music. Jeff is in, he says. Hi, Festa 67's Workshop, Fox, LWM, Jeff, Steve, PJ, and all in chat. And of course, very few scientists actually plunge into the murky waters of testing or challenging borderline or pseudo-scientific beliefs. The chance of finding out something really interesting seems small, and the amount of time required seems large.
See, I'm going to go back, and I'm going to give Jeff the intro that he richly deserves, because you just said Jeff is in. No, that's not how you introduce him. It is.
Go on.
Yes, folks, our very own model making community's very own Carl Sagan is in the chat. The legend.
Close the tab now.
That is Candygram for Mongo. That's how you introduce Jeff.
The Earth is the shore of the cosmic ocean. Recently, we've waded a little way out, and the water seems inviting. There you go. You get a second quote.
So I'm happier now because that bothered me. It was like, no, that's not how you introduce
Jeff. Right, was it?
So, I mean, he had one job, Jeff. He had one job, mate.
Hey. I thought Princess Fox was more caviar and champagne, says LWM. Because Gertrude, or whatever his name is tonight, Betsy, says Fox has a bendy sausage. I think you should see a doctor about that. You can't go wrong with a bendy sausage.
Please don't put these images in my retinas.
Festa keeps his phone in his drawers. I bet it's set to vibrate, says LWM.
It is, actually. You know me too well, Bill.
And then Betsy says, I'm more worried about how big his drawers are if he needs to rummage around to find a phone. Right, now I get to have the fun thing of trying to line up arms. Oops. Gentlemen, line up your arms.
What else is there? Candygram says, I wasn't on a PJ. Do it well. I hope the same for you. It is absolutely. And someone said they're going to PM me. I'm trying to look for the chat. Oh, yeah, Jeff Light said, thanks, Carl. I'll PM you, mate. Not a problem, Jeff. Not a problem, mate. I was asked a while back to list all the stuff that I have as bench buddies and list it on the website. I am still going to do that. I'm just in the middle of sorting it all out. It'll go up on there so people can see what silly little gadgets that I get up to making. And yeah.
Ted would be like gin dispenser. That'd be the first on the list for Ted.
Well, it's just little things that you do, isn't it? You sit there and you think, I can really do with that. It's like that Warhammer base that the Goliaths on. Printed it myself because they didn't do one that big. It's like, well, just scan one in, stretch it, and print my own.
Make your own. Nothing wrong with that.
Happy days. I thought, yeah, why not? There you go. It's all part of the fun.
Yeah. I had some fun this week with some 3D printed stuff I'd ordered. I'm not going to mention any names.
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention any names. I will say that the models were designed by Station Forge and they are incredible.
Yes.
The designs, but they weren't printed by Station Forge. It's a different company that printed them for me. I will not be using them again.
Yeah.
I received all the stuff I printed, but a few things missing. It's not a good start for a start. And some of the stuff was really nicely printed, and some of it looked like it'd been printed 10 years ago by an idiot. So I was most unimpressed. So I mailed them back on Monday to say, you need to send me the missing parts and replace these bits that are completely useless for me. I mean, the quality was terrible. And I haven't heard back from them yet. It's been a week. So I'm like, you're not doing yourself any favours, are you?
Oh, there's a surprise.
Yeah. They haven't realised that I actually have a YouTube channel and that I can...
Did they ask for a Trustpilot review by any chance?
No.
No. But then Station Forge will enjoy the feedback you give them, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, I can't fault the actual designs. The model's brilliant. But yeah. I'm going to give them a chance to rectify the problem. If not, they get a scathing video that names them saying, don't order from these people because they're terrible.
Just be careful with slander, mate. Just be careful.
Well, no. I'll just say, here's the product. This is what I ordered. This is what I got.
Just thinking of you, but...
Yep. Oh, no. If I'm just stating facts, then they can't complain then.
You know how some can be.
Yes.
But yeah, he sent me pictures and I was like, oh.
Oh, yeah. It's like, really?
It was like, okay, I can see exactly where they've gone wrong there, but hey-ho.
Yeah, they put this on 1998 settings.
Yeah, pretty much.
2005 settings.
Yeah, it pretty much is proof settings for speed rather than quality. Yep. It's like, yeah.
And one of the kits is a plane, right? And it's literally got 3 components. The left wing, the right wing, attached to both of which, built into both of which is like the front half of the fuselage, and then the whole rest of the fuselage.
Yeah.
And the left wing and right wing with the front half of the fuselage fit together like that. Except they don't, they fit together like that. And the wings, which should be like that, are like, I'm like, wow, you just, And the amazing thing was that when I mailed them the first time, because they were like 6 weeks late with the print, or whatever it was, 4 or 5 weeks late with the print, they said, oh yeah, apologies for the delay. We had to reprint that particular model because some of it didn't work out. I'm like, wow, this is the one that passed?
Yeah.
I'd hate to see the one that failed the first print. Good God. It's like, wow. So, yes.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing, mate, wasn't it? Because, like I say, you had been left waiting far too long for them anyway. But...
Yeah. I mean, some of the, I've got some orc stuff, and that was actually really quite nicely printed. Some of it, the figures are really nicely printed, but it was like, really? But yes. So I shall give them the chance to rectify their issue, but I will do a review at some point.
Yeah, it's a little bit naughty of them.
Yeah. I'll give them a chance to come good. But I think from now on, I'll just pay you to do my 3D printing for me. That seems like a much better idea.
That's what I said to you, mate. It's not an issue, mate. Just sort something out.
Mm-hmm.
Right. No, it's just disappointing that they let you down like that. I just think it's a little bit naughty of them, if I'm honest. But
the amazing thing was, it's like I looked at several different places, and they were like twice as expensive as other places, but the photographs of the stuff they were making was vastly superior to the stuff that the cheaper places were making. And I'm like, well, I don't want to go for the cheaper places because their stuff looks like it was printed in crayon. So
yeah,
it was like, here's a figure somewhere in this blob, in the cheap stuff. So I'm like, yeah, I won't go for the cheap stuff. But now I basically don't trust any 3D printed service.
No.
But I'm far too stupid to actually do my own 3D printing because I'm useless for stuff like that.
Well, there's no point, is it? But it got me to thinking that, I shall upgrade me printers anyway because now saving up for
biglies
because, I'm going to be doing a lot of big prints.
Well, the thing was, it's like, I assume they were resin prints, but that the tank hole that was really
yeah, you
bad.
can see all the layer lines quite clearly on that. It's terrible.
It looked to me like the old PLA where it was like printed in. It's like it looked that bad. I was like, wow, really?
It looked like draft setting on a PLA printer, basically on a filament printer.
Yeah,
it was shockingly bad. I was quite shocked.
Why, Yoda? And it was full of holes and pits and dings. Like, it was like you got a resin kit, but you like hacked it around with a chisel or something. It was like horrible.
And Fox didn't complain, of course.
No, I didn't bitch at all. If you're wondering what I'm doing with the die, it's because this is how I choose which arms go on which body. It's stupid, I know, but it makes it more fun for me.
The what?
I've got 5 sets of 4 dudes, and I've got 5 sets of arms and rifles.
Oh right, yeah.
But I don't want every set of. I don't want to have 4 dudes all in the same pose because each group of 4 has the same pose.
Yeah. Ends up looking a bit. Yeah. John Christmas is in saying good evening. Hello, John. How are you, mate? Lovely to see you in, geez. I hope you're keeping well, mate, and everyone in your life is safe and well, fella.
Yep.
Right. Let's see whether or not.
Yeah, this way I can kind of get a semi-random distribution of rifle arms.
Yeah.
To poses. It makes it a bit more fun.
Yeah.
He needs a head. If you want to get a head, get a hat. Get a head.
Oh yeah.
No.
Gotta have a hat.
Mm-hmm.
The world needs more hats. Right. Okay. What do we do next?
Where are we up to? Let's have a look at chat. Steve says he's been out with the better half to a show about Sir Terry Pratchett. Oh, cool.
Oh, nice one.
Terry Pratchett was just a genius. LWM says he's armless.
Sure, he did there.
PJ says, Belly, cottage pie with extra gravy. Cottage pie! Ingredients, cottage and pie. Extra gravy. Bench 148th Tamiya F35B Lightning 2. That's the new one, isn't it?
I think it is, mate. Yeah.
2. Big chicken. Beverage, cider. That's all right. He's having a little bit of cider as our PJ. That's all right. I don't like cider.
No, bless you. Yeah,
Twix balloon yellow.
Oh, nice. Jeff has put in a $10 super chat. Here are some drachmas for your 3D printer fun. Thank you very much, Jeff. It'll all go.
There we go.
It'll all go towards it because, with what we're going to be printing and what we're planning, yeah. And I'm on a 1st gen little Mars printer at the moment, and I still managed to get quite a bit through it. But
is that the resin one? Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, with what we got planned to print, it's going to be far simpler just to go for one more modern one because the build plate alone's 4 times bigger. So
I know exactly which particular specific model you're thinking about as well. Yeah, that's amazing then, because I mean you sent me that Death Quarry Creek bust, and the quality of that was astounding.
Yeah, I may have tweaked the firmware and the settings on that to achieve that.
Well, I was going to say, because you look at those 1st generation resin printers, most people's results from them are terrible, but you managed to really dial it in and.
Mine's a Elegoo Mars Pro.
Yeah.
That I'm currently using, and I can remember sending Jeff the settings, and he fell in love with them, and has been viewing some beautiful prints himself. So.
Thing is, I just know I'm far too stupid to even think about having a 3D printer. I'm the kind of person that pulls his hair out just trying to install a printer.
Well, you look how much, you might want to prepare yourself here, PJ. You look how much printing was done for the Bluey car.
Bluey car.
Yeah. So, yeah.
For real life.
Exactly. So, yeah, it come into its own for that. Same with Insane Blade. So, but when I look at some of the highly complex designs we're both looking at the moment, and how we're going to be doing them on the channels and really getting into it, I kind of perhaps need to just invest in something that will get them prints out and to us both a lot quicker. So
yeah,
currently I would have to section some of them builds into 30 or 40 different prints.
Yeah,
which is it's just not feasible.
I did think about saying, well, let me put into the fund for it, but it's kind of up to you if you want to go. Want me to get in on the fund, or would you rather me just pay you to do prints for me? In which case,
just
it's a more
pay me
long
to
term.
do prints, mate. It's easier for you. You're getting then what you're paying for.
Yeah, plus it's a long term bit of income for you then, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, it's one of them, mate. You know, I'm not going to be able to go out and buy it tomorrow. Don't get me wrong, because you know it's for that at the wash station. You know, I'm looking at about £700. So you know, it's But by then, the pro versions will be out, the next iteration of that particular printer. And that's what I'm after. I'm after the manufacturer doing all the tweaks that everyone's requesting already.
Yeah.
You know, they're like, yeah, it's a great product. It could have just done with this. Well, Elegoo, listen. So the next one that comes out, we'll have a few mods on it. So
yeah, you want everybody else to do all the beta testing first, and then you can be like, right, now I can buy it.
Yeah. And see what I can do with it. But so yeah, it's my minute. And that's what I did with my existing printer setup. I let the first gen come out, let everyone nitpick. Like iPhones in it, iPhones with the S versions, you always wait, don't you, for the next iteration. And that's all I done there. And I released the Pro, and I thought, well, that does pretty much what I need at this stage. And I've lived with it since, but a couple of times I've come close to pulling the pin on a new one. And I was looking at the uniformation ones, but they're so expensive. But they're
that's almost industry level, isn't it?
Yeah, they are industry level. And I thought, how much printing am I going to be doing on an industry level printer to justify the cost? And
no, that's the kind of thing where you need a lot of turnaround to.
Oh yeah, you're looking kind of, 1,200-1,300 quid.
Yeah, that's where you want to be offering a printing service to that for that kind of investment.
Pretty much, and you know, I print for pleasure at the end of the day, and so
it's not a business, is it? It's
not at the moment, no, but it's one of them. You know, if I thought I could make a living out of 3D printing, I'd be doing it, but let people that have got a 30 or 40 print farm do it, because you know that's what they do.
Yeah.
But for what we're going to be doing, and you know, we're talking sort of 30, 60 centimetre builds, aren't we? And very complex vehicles with multiple different armours and all kinds of squig-off type creatures and all kinds of things. And I want to be able to have that ability where I can put the army on the print bed and just print in one session.
Yep.
And he'll get just as much detail on that. You know what I mean? And for me, that's more beneficial. So.
And it's funny as well, because I was never really interested in 3D printing at all. I'm like, whatever, I might need a
we had a
replacement
famous fallout, didn't we? Me, you and Si, because you was all going, oh, you wouldn't be able to do this, this, and this. And I sent you prints and you was like, okay.
But it's like, I mean, I never really had that much interest in it until, you know, people started doing some amazing, like, files, like, you know, the Station Forge and stuff like that. Because at first it was all like, everything you could buy was just, it was fantasy rubbish. And I'm like, I'm not into fantasy, like wood elves. And I was like, it doesn't really float my boat. But now people are doing some amazing stuff, and it's like, ooh, now the printers can do it.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, you know, and you get some really talented designers out there who are designing like I say again, like the Station Forge stuff, that's, if it was a plastic model, it would be as good as GW level quality sculpt. If not, the faces on some of their figures are better than GW's.
It's what stimulates me is that next gen designs that are coming through now, and you're like, a hell of a lot of work has gone into that, and you can see where the work has gone into it, and that's what sparks my interest. And
I suppose there's also the advantage that those designers don't have to worry about it being a two-part injection mold either. So they can do certain things like overhangs and stuff that regular like GW stuff can't, because they can't do that in a standard two-part injection mold.
Oh, yeah.
So they've got a bit more freedom, haven't they?
It's one of those, when I look at some of the more recent printers that can do individual strands on a feather. Now, I did my... it's easier if I drop her down. Bear with me. I did the Elf Archer, and you've got all the braiding in her hair and that, and that came off my Mars, and she's like porcelain, the skin, but you've got even cotton in the clothing and the texture on the clothing and that, and that's just on an entry level resin printer. All right, I've tweaked the bejesus out the firmware, but you get feathered strands, you get hair strands and things like that. But I want to go deeper than this. I want to really oomph it. And with some of the designs me and him have been looking at, because we've both signed up for this company that does all the STLs, and we're going to be getting quite a lot of it just to show people what it is, but also sit and paint it, because there's some wonderful painting opportunities coming up.
Oh, absolutely.
We want to be able to do that. So I got thinking, and I messaged him back and said, yeah, I'm up for printing them at the moment, but long term I will invest in a completely new printer setup, and this is the reasons why. And I went through it with him as to why I was thinking it, because it would give us so much more opportunity to churn more of these out. And yeah, so it sparked off a completely good conversation, didn't it, as a long-term thing? So,
I mean, it's amazing when you look at some of the things out there that people have designed, and like I say, some of it just stems from, like I said before, they're not limited by the injection molding process. There'll be a lot of things that Games Workshop just can't do because they have to fit all the parts. The reason you got that hole in the bottom of the Rogel Dawn tank is because it wouldn't fit on the existing number of sprues.
I haven't.
So, well, no, you've got a decent bit, but the thing is, when you're doing 3D, like a CAD design, you can do whatever you want.
Yes.
You just have to be able to split it into chunks that can be printed on 3D printers. So there's a lot of stuff out there that you look at and you think, yeah, Games Workshop would never do that.
No. And it's funny, I was thinking about it earlier today, and I've actually sort of looked at rumours of the next iterations of these printers, and already I'm like, yeah, that's perfect. So I've got my eye on what I'm going to get, when I'm going to get it, and I've got my target of saving up for it. So it will happen. I've then got to find space for it, because at the moment, I ain't got space for them.
No.
But I could have a move round, so I might have a complete rejig out here again, just to get them printers in. I'm looking at a area at the moment. So I've had a word with me lad, and the cabinet I've got sat on the tool unit, I'm going to lose the tool unit, wall mount the cabinet, and then I've measured, not that I've already thought of this in great detail, but I've measured the space, and I've got about an inch to play with.
With an inch.
You met the wife. That's who I did there. But so feasibility wise, it's looking pretty rosy.
You can do a lot with an inch, and we'll find out in the next few days' court transcripts. Moving on.
Yeah, look at the post-it, Cole. Look at the post-it. Post-it, Cole. Post-it. So, it's intriguing.
Yeah, and it's the designs that amazed me. Some of the designs we saw, and it's like, oh, this is just... Because they've got a bit of freedom than injection molding people. There's so much... There's a bit more fun, because they're not making specifically figures to be played in a game. They're just making... A lot of them are just doing figures that are beautiful little sculpts that are just there for the sake of being a beautiful little sculpt.
Yeah.
It's like a display model that they're designing. Some of them are amazing.
Oh,
so there's definitely a lot in there. There's definitely a lot of potential in there. And dare I say it, you've got the chops there, Festa, that it'll get to the point, I think, where you're just designing like an entire vehicle from scratch.
I have taken the opportunity of looking at investing in a particular full-blown piece of software.
Ooh.
Where I can start creating my own creatures.
Oh, cool. My
own figures, my own orcs, or I'm just using that as an example. I'm not going to say I'm going to bootleg them, because I'm not. But
no.
I could create my own
Orc
style
equivalents
of
or whatever you
creature.
wanted to do.
Yeah, you know what I mean. And
I know what you mean.
fantasy realm stuff like dragons and stuff and all of that. I want to get into doing my own full-blown creature designs that I can then offer as STL files on my own little mini factory store. And so there's a long term, because I've got to change how I do the hobby long term because of how things are developing for me personally. I've got to look at the next stage now. So I have to diversify my hobby into different fields now because of real life. So that's why I'm planning all of this now, so that I'm not caught out when it does go wrong.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, yeah, if it gets to the point where you're no longer able to like paint or build or what have you, you can still design. Yeah,
I'm going to sort of end up going more into the CAD route, but also I'll be able to then render them as 3D images, posters, whatever, but also as downloadable, printable objects and things. So
brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, you've always said to me, you know, I should utilise my CAD skills because, so I've now looked at a way that I can utilise that going forward, because gone are the days when I did the motorbike designs and things.
But then I can spend my days building and painting the stuff that you've designed, and you can spend your days designing the stuff that I'll build and paint. Cool.
Jack goes in, he says, well, damn, Festa Foxx, everything else. He said, long time. Hello, mate. How you doing, geez? Lovely to see you, Jack. I hope you're keeping well, mate.
Hello, hello.
Long time no see, and it's glad to see you still about, mate, because proper blast from the past.
That is.
But yeah, I looked at things, because obviously, you know, I've had a bit of downtime and that, and I just, you know, use my phone data to just Google stuff, random stuff, and look at software packages that I've still got from way back when. I mean, I learned designing way back when on Maya and things like that.
Yeah, 3D Studio Max.
Yeah, you know, Dash Studio and things like that. And now you've got
going back a long way.
Yeah, now you've got the blenders and different softwares and that. So I just started mulling, and I couldn't sleep because of, and just had a bit of a brainstorm session, and out come the notepad with the 3D print things that me and you have been speaking about. And then I was like, okay. And I kept just writing STLs and circling it. And you know when you've circled something on a piece of paper so much that you're wearing a groove in the paper?
Yeah.
And I'm like, why do I keep circling that? And I'm like, creating STLs. Okay, right. So then back to CAD. CAD started getting, and that was it. It's then like, just look at different software there. So I'm going to get a full-blown suite, and, you know, if that's a subscription module, so be it. But I want to get into it, and I want to be able not only to render something like that, but I want to animate it.
Yeah.
And make it so that I can then go in and I can pose them in any format I want. Because someone might see that and go, oh, sorry, I keep interrupting you, I do apologise. But they might want that leg at a slightly jaunty angle or the different bend in it. And I want to be able to go in and chop and change stuff around to suit.
Yeah, you just have to be able to design and print an internal rig for it, don't you? So it's
pretty much, It's going back to what I used to do years ago, which was the old wireframes. Do you remember them? We used to do the wireframe man, and then you would lay all your different clays on it, and then you would move it around. And so it kind of got me brain thinking. And then I was obviously what we're on about, printing stuff. And I go back to some of the designs I've shown you that you've had the pleasure of seeing, a bit like the Doofwagen, you know, when I sat and done that, and you're like, dude, you could, I recall conversation you said that time, which was you could really make a living selling these, mate.
Because the reason you're not selling this is what exactly?
And I didn't think of it like that, but I made a note of it, and it stayed there. And then it's like, I was going to put all my stuff on the internet for free, and then it was like I got wind that other people wanted to make money off of my work, which I thought was taking the piss, to be quite honest with you. Sorry, I swore. I do apologise. So I thought, well, if I do a My Mini factory, I can then list everything. If people want it, they want it. If they don't, they won't.
Yeah, and then it's covered by their contracts anyway, so anybody
absolutely. And I thought, well, if that helps me keep this hobby alive and keep an income coming in, I've got to do that, haven't I? So.
Because at the end of the day, if you're making nice designs that people really love, then they're just going to keep buying them anyway. So.
And then obviously I had someone recently reach out over my triple glue holder. They saw it on the bench and they said, oh, I'd love to have one. And I said, yeah, I'll print you one. Thought nothing of it. And they PayPal'd me. There you go. There's the postage paid for and a bit of filament. Oh, thank you very much. Could you list everything you've currently got that you use on your website for us so that we can get more? And I didn't take it that seriously, and they've since been in touch and gone, could you pull your finger out, mate? And
yeah, like when people say, when I ask you, would you like some money? I want to give you money.
Silly little things like tomato pot holders and things like that,
Yeah,
like
which reminds me,
the RP Tools holder.
Oh yeah, I'm
There's a few people that have got the RP Tools set, and they're like, dude, I'd really love you to print me one of them, so I'm going to offer the designs. And anyway, sorry, ramble over, folks, and sorry, Fox,
right.
I kept talking over you.
No, it's all right. You've just reminded me. I have managed to secure.
Oh,
I don't know if you needed it, but I've managed to secure two reels of heavy easy line. Do you need any easy line?
Yeah, mate. I'm always grateful for it. To be honest with you, mate.
Given that it's an absolute pain in the butt to get hold of in the UK.
Yeah.
I found some dirt cheap and not for 35 quid a roll. So I've got a couple coming, so you can have one if you want.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'm sure. Yep. Would you like a couple of tubes of Milliput?
No.
Have you got Milliput? Have you?
I never use it.
Do you need any Yoo-hoo glue? I got a load of that as well because I might have pressed the wrong button again.
You've not done it again, have you?
Yeah.
You're turning into Mama Wolf, aren't you?
But that's what I'm up to, folks. So in case you wonder why I'm rambling and about diversifying, I've got to change how I do the hobby because
you might
the MS, bless it, is going for my arms now and my hands, and I've got a semi-permanent tremor, and it's only going to get worse, and I know that. So I'm having to look at how I'm going to be doing this hobby in 10 years, 5 years, however long. So I'm going to diversify into more designing and creating stuff like this that you guys and girls out there can go and print for yourself and have pleasure painting. So.
Yeah, I mean, you never know how merciful the MS might be, but you can't assume it will be. And it might be tomorrow, it might be in 10 years, but the quicker you get all these other things in place, the quicker you can adapt when you need to, can't you?
PPMS, mate, primary progressive. It can only go one way, mate.
Yeah.
It's easy to Google it, mate, but it doesn't get bad, dear.
No, what I mean is you don't know if it's going to be like tomorrow or next year.
Oh, no, you don't know when it's going to be, but all you do know is...
That's why you get everything in place now.
Yeah, all you do know is it's happening because I'm in that stage But anyway, it's one of them. So I need to... It's like anything. When they say start planning and getting things in order, you got to listen, haven't you? So that's what I'm up to.
Yeah.
I've got to plan for that time because I want to still be doing live streams. I want to still be entertaining as best as I can people with what content I can produce. Now, if that's me sitting there with a screen with the CAD software open and I'm showing you how I'm designing the object that I'm going to be printing, I'll sit and do that for you. Yeah. Because somebody in the chat might say, I would love it if you could design this for me and it would make it so... And I'd go, yeah, no worries, send me what you're after. And then I could sit and do their design for them and get them involved somehow. And
there's no rule that says your channel has to be A, B, or C. It's just whatever you want it to be,
but it's like anything. I want to try to keep alive because I enjoy this. I enjoy your company. I enjoy the audience's company. And when I'm not doing this, I pine for it. As you know, I'm a chronic depressive.
When your broadband is down, it's like,
I drive you absolutely nuts with my up and down roller coaster emotions and outbursts and that. And I know I'm a prickly sod. I know that. I'd love to be different, but you can't always control it. And this is what people don't get. They say they understand your situation, but when you are a little bit like that, people then assume and take the wrong end of the stick. So they don't really understand it, do they?
No.
But it's one of the... Go on.
Go on. No, go on.
If I can bring content that is you know, someone wants a particular print or wants to feel involved in that project, I could just say, well, rather than sit in the chat, come and sit with us live. Come on, talk to me openly what you want, and we'll sit and design it together.
Yeah.
You know, that might be something that'll work. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
Got to try, haven't you?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things like this, like, with you, it's like with anybody else, you know, you catch someone on a bad day or they're having a bad time or they're just not in the mood and they get snappy or whatever, and you get them fine and you just leave them to it. But with Festa, because it's nothing personal with you, is it? It's just, it is the way it is sometimes. So I'll sit there and I'll be like, okay, he's having a spiky day. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't bother me at all. I never get offended when we have...
more than it does him, because 2 hours later I'm going, was I a bit off? Yeah. Blah, blah, damn it. And I take it really badly then, because I don't like being like it. It mortifies me, if I'm honest.
No. And, you know, we can have days where, you know, I have my bad days as well. Let's not, you know, lie. It'll be about the bush. I have my bad days as well. But the beauty of it is like, Festa knows, if we have one of them days where I'm just being a complete spoon, then it's because I'm being a complete spoon, and he'd be like, you're being a dick now. Yeah. And eventually I'll be like, okay. I'll probably fight him I'll probably fight him all the way, but eventually I'll be like,
me all the way, and in the end I have to swear at him or whatever.
Yeah, and I'll be like, go on then, all right, fair enough.
And then he comes back 5 minutes later, yeah, sorry about that, dude, I was a bit of a cock. And I go, that's all right, because that makes up for me being a cock on Thursday, so...
Yeah. But it's like, but then, you know, we'll have one of the day where the other way around, like Festa might be, like, just dead snappy or being short-tempered or whatever it might be. And I sit there and I'll be like, well, I know it's not me. It's not me. No. It's not a Festa either. It's the way it is.
It's normally hour 70 of not been asleep, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the main thing that sticks in my mind is no matter what happens, I sit there and I mean, sometimes you'll say something, I'll be like, oh, but then I think, no.
Absolutely. I can normally tell as well, because you go a little bit quiet and I'm like, I've pissed him off.
But the difference with like everybody else is within seconds, my brain goes, yeah, but he hasn't slept in 4 days. Let's just, and then you get a free pass then. So
I've had people, well, we understand, and then when you're having a bit of an off day, oh, you're too moody.
Well,
so,
we like that for.
How can you say you understand then? You obviously don't understand, because one thing about depressors is you lash out, because you're lashing out because you're trying to get help, but you don't know what for.
What makes it...
Carry on. No, that's all I wanted to say, because...
All right.
I've lost friendships over it, which is a shame, because people that really know me well, and some of them are in the chat, they know me really well. They know I can be spiky. I'm the first person that says I can be a bit spiky. I mean nothing by it. I don't want to be like it, but sometimes I just cannot control it. So if I do pee you off, tell me. I'm a grown man. I will understand. And that's it. But I don't always get it right. And I'm the first person that will come back to people and say, I'm really sorry, I wasn't me. No excuse, no justification. However, my humblest apologies. And
what makes it really, I think, when you look at it from above there, what makes it hilarious with me and you is that, like, you sit there and you say, you know, if I'm being a bit of a spoon, tell me, I'll be fine, I won't be upset. But unfortunately, with me, I'm a complete introvert. So if I think I've done something wrong, I just shut down.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there thinking, tell us.
So I'll say something, he'll say something snarky, I'll shut down, and then it just all falls apart at that point, because it doesn't work at that point. So we are like the most unlikely friends, because we're just like, it's completely not compatible.
Helen sums it up brilliantly. She said, you've got a way of saying things, she said, where you can pay someone what you think is the kindest of compliments. She said, and it comes out as the worst insult imaginable.
Yeah,
she said, because it's the way you're a bit like Christopher Walken. It's the way you word it. So she say like, "Oh, that's a really nice dress you're wearing." She said, "It sounds like you're being sarcastic." She said, "But you actually mean that it's a really nice outfit."
Well, I remember there was something I said to you once. I can't remember what it was now. It was ages ago, and I said something, And you basically went, "Oh, thanks, that's brilliant." But what you actually said was, "Oh, thanks for that."
Yeah.
So it came out as if you were saying, "Screw you."
Yeah, exactly.
And it was like, and I was like, "Oh, I'll shut up." But it was just the way you said it.
2 minutes into the awkward silence, I piped up and said to him, "Here, twat." What, he says, "Did you think I meant this?" And you was like, yeah. I said, "Oh, you knob."
Yeah. I'm crying laughing at it because it's so funny sometimes.
It is. And I've had it with several folks where they go, "Oh, dude, you came over as being really sarcastic." And I'm like, "No, I didn't actually mean it that way, but thanks for letting me know."
But that's the beauty of me and Festa, is that I'm so introverted that if I think I've done the wrong thing, I just kind of go into a little tiny ball and curl up and die.
Well, this is it.
If none of you will have experienced it, but like when me and Festa are having a private conversation, there's always a point at some point at which I'll say something, you'll say something, and then I'll go really quiet for like 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah.
But then I'll start to come out of it, but I'll think, right, what the hell do I talk about now to kind of move the conversation on from where it was? Because I'm like going into an existential crisis.
Normally it's, the weather's a bit bland up here. And I'm like, "Ready? Have we talked about the weather? What's up with you?
How's your
dick?"
broadband or whatever it is?
Yeah. And I go, "What's up? Come on, tell me. I'm fine." I'm like, "Really?" So then I start trying to go over what we was talking about, and then I go, "Oi, out of interest, you know when we was chatting about so-and-so? Yeah. Did you think might have done?" Oh, here we go again.
Yeah.
It's just how it is. But
we are a nightmare to each other.
And I think what helps is we're both, and Fox won't mind me saying this, but we are both depressives.
Mm-hmm.
We both have, believe it or not, we both have very high self-confidence issues, which may come as a surprise to people thinking, "But you're live streaming." Believe you me, I am physically sick before the live streams every damn show. I know it's going to happen. I tried everything to stop getting like it. I am. I've got one coming up, right? I'm not going to go too into detail, but the person is in the chat. Now, I've got one coming up where I'm going to be a guest on a show. I'm not going to name it. And I've been asked and I've accepted and all of that. I have lost count how many times I've been physically sick just thinking about it. Because I've got myself into this whole bag of nerves mode already. That's just me. That's how I am. But yeah, it's like with
you do it every time with the model show, and you've been doing that for many years now, and it's like, and that's just 4 of us having a laugh, but it's just stage fright, and you get it all the time. You get affected by it.
We have a meet up before the show, and I'm like, "Yeah, be back in a minute." Straight away, he knows where I'm going.
Yeah. Or if I come into the hangout early and there's a little thing saying "back in a minute," he's either gone for a great big poop or he's throwing up.
Yeah.
And getting himself ready.
And it's just daft. I know it's daft and it's insane, but we are extroverts on air like this. I talk a lot, so does Fox. We joke about it. You know, I talk because I hate dead air. And the reason I hate dead air is normally it's because I may have said or done something slightly inappropriate. And I worry then that I've offended people and I get quite anxious about it. So I talk inane drivel to try to stop myself getting physically sick and nervous about stuff. Yeah. And you're the same, innit? You talk a lot because you have self-confidence issues. And yeah.
And that's the thing, like you were saying, people say, "Yeah, but you didn't live stream." But the thing you have to remember, and we've said this many times before, the thing you have to remember is that, like, for example, myself, I'm very introverted. And if you meet me I'm a bit like Duncan. If you met me in real life, I'd be very disappointing, and I do apologise. But
it's not lying, because I've met him in real life, and believe you me, I was gutted.
He was very disappointed. He had the face of a disappointed horse.
But see, don't take that to heart, you. I'm going to tell you that now, because I know what you're like.
I know. You know, don't take it. I know when you're joking. But yes, it's like. Yeah. So in real life, I'm very, very shy, and I'll physically avoid any contact with people ever. For some reason, it never affects me if I walk into my local Warhammer store, because I can sit down and say, "Can I paint some stuff?" And then I'll talk to anybody. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But if I go into like a shop or anywhere public, I'm just like so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But on a stream, it's different because although I've still got because it's like all your everyday insecurities, you can't shake them off. But on a stream, my brain knows that I'm completely safe. There's no one else here. No one can look at me and think, and if they do think I'm an idiot, I'm not going to know about it anyway. Plus, I can also play a character rather than playing myself. What you get of me on the live stream is not actually me. There's bits of me in there, but a lot of it is kind of a character. But because if it was just being me, you'd be really bored. It'd be really boring. And Colin, I'll tell you, I'm really boring. I can't make good coffee.
Yeah, I mean, we're a bloody nightmare. We really are.
Yeah.
I'm amazed that we actually do the live stream. I mean, I've been streaming now 7 or 8 years, there or thereabouts, and it was only towards the back end of last year that I did my very first solo stream.
Yeah, that was your big hurdle, wasn't it? To get
and I'm an
doing it by
absolute
yourself.
nightmare on a Monday. I get myself so worked up when I'm doing my solo stream. It's unbelievable. But I force myself to do it because I have to. Because that was my monkey on the back type thing, you know. And I'm glad I did it. And I've had some lovely feedback off of people going, oh, you're a natural. You know, I can't understand why you didn't do it. But what I don't realise is I'm absolutely shaking like a leaf throughout the stream. And
But now you've done it, though. Have you, like I was saying, has your brain started to think, well, I'm actually safe? Because
no.
You might get that.
Because I was sick before we did the Frolic tonight.
Yeah.
And how long have we been doing that?
One day. Yeah, forever.
It's just how it is, mate. I'm lucky enough. I know a few musicians that even now still get their stage fright. You know, it's just a thing. I wish it was different, but.
Well, it just means it shows that you take it seriously and it's something important to you and it matters to you. So
I do, because if I let me guard down, and you know what I'm like, I mean something sincerely and it comes out as an insult, and I would hate to do that on air, because the last thing I want to do is offend people. It actually upsets me probably more than it upsets the people I've offended, and I get mortified by it. You know,
the last thing you want to be is the bad guy in any situation, is it?
Yeah, because it's like, look, life's too short. We say it all the time, but it is. Yeah. And I just want people to get on with each other, both in real life, the community, all sorts, because we all know there's fraction with certain things, and not everyone's going to get on all of the time, but it's when people harbour grudges and get silly with it, and I just think, oh, come on, get over yourself, because
I mean the thing is, I can reassure people, if you're in Festa's bad books, you'd know it. So if you ever think you've been told off for something, you haven't, because trust me, if you were in Festa's bad books, you'd know it. It's not something you mistakenly do. You would know. But it's fun. It's funny, our dynamic, but it is the strange thing that if you're introverted in your daily life, it's not necessarily going to be that you're going to be like that on a live stream, but it will still be there to a certain degree. And
we had someone that we know very well reach out and say, how do you two manage to stream together when you obviously hate each other so much? It was hilarious, wasn't it? And it was like, okay.
Why did you think that?
Yeah, no, that's us. That's our humour. It's because we are both nervous wrecks. We are both having a bad day. We've both got our demons at us, and our way of dealing with it is to basically take the mickey out of each other mercilessly. Believe you me, if we didn't get on, we wouldn't be sat doing this.
No. I can just say from not personal experience, but I can say, knowing Festa the way I do, if he didn't get on with me, he would not waste his time.
Yeah.
If you don't get on if Festa doesn't get on with you, he's not going to waste his time.
Yeah.
Spending time with you, or like if doing a stream or something as a co-host or whatever. If he didn't get on with you,
you just wouldn't exist. You'd be gone.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, you wouldn't be on the other side of the camera, because he wouldn't waste you wouldn't waste your time, as you've said many times. Time is precious. You've only got so long on this earth. Time is precious, even more so to you, and you're not going to waste your time with a spoon, are you?
Yeah. I've lost count how many times people, oh yeah, we understand. And the minute they don't understand, they turn on you, shit on you, and it's like, well, fine, that's your decision. You obviously don't know me, so and that's it. They're gone. They're out of your life. It's like, no, don't mess with people now.
Yeah.
They either like it or they don't. If they don't, Big door there, go away.
And it is a funny thing. It's not. It makes it sound like it's something easy to learn, but it's not. I mean, I've known you now for 5 years, 6 years. I don't even know how long it's been.
More like 10.
Is it? Oh, Jesus Christ! It's about 10 years, and it's taken me a long time, a very long time, to learn when I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
Or when it's just Festa being Festa, and I don't need to worry about it. And thankfully, it's not very often that I do something that actually gets me in trouble with Festa. I do occasionally, and then I feel really bad. But
he normally knows because I go quiet for a couple of days, and it's because I'm mulling. Because I don't want to rip, because, you know, I like Fox. He's like a bloody brother. Yeah. And I don't want to rip into him. But, you know, a couple of times... I'm very delicate. Yeah, I'm a very... love, loyalty, respect, old school values. And he might make the odd throwaway comment that in my world previously would have been seen as huge disrespect. And I wouldn't have been able to let that go. Yeah. That's as far as I'll go on that conversation. So I have to be mindful because I don't want him to think that, because I know full well he'd lose sleep.
I would.
Yeah, so it's like, how do I word it in a way that's not going to cause you to have your demons at you? You know what I mean? So I have to try to play that diplomatically. And he's doing the same. He's sat at home doing exactly the same, because he's like...
because I'm there thinking, you know, like, how do I recover from this? You know, how do I get back from this? And, you know, it's one of those things. It's taken me a very long time to learn between... I've actually done the wrong thing and I am properly in trouble, and I need to think about that, and I need to apologise for something, or it's just you having one of those days and you would have snapped at somebody whatever they'd said anyway. I would like to clarify though, it's not every time that you're in the wrong there, Geese. You know, you're not always in the doghouse, and I don't want you to think that. No, I know, but it's taken me a long time to realise that, you know, most of the time. It's not. It's just I can. So I've got to the point now where I don't kind of worry that much, because I know when I'm not in trouble. It's just us being us. It's taken a long time, but I've got there in the end. But it's one of those things that it's not fast to learn, but once you get it, you go, oh, right, okay. The problem is we've done so much together and so frequently that there are times we get on each other's tits. Oh, and it happens in every friendship. It happens in every marriage. It happens, everyone in the chat there, we're all mates, don't get me wrong. But there are times in hangouts or whatever, people can get on each other's tits. The difference is unfortunately for me, I'm a bit Tourettesy, and I say to someone why they've got on my tits, but I seem to not have that ability to be that diplomatic at times. I just go, you got on my bloody tits because, and I'll just rip into it. Yeah. Then you've got that awkward saloon door flapping shut moment, haven't you? As you can hear the harmonica. And I'm like, look, let's not all be silent and fearful of talking. I've said what I thought. Let's move on. But not everyone can be used to that way, can they? Let's be honest. Yeah. And it can throw people a bit. And then I'm like, oh, come on, look, let's move forward, for crying out loud, because I'm getting fed up with it. Yeah, because for some people, like, you know, that kind of thing happens and then it's like the end of the world, there's no coming back from it. It's like, well, no, just talk it over. I mean, you know me well enough. I'll just say, right, I've said my piece, that's it. It's all done, dusted, let's move on. And as far as I'm concerned, we move on immediately, because I'm done with it. That page is turned. And it took you a while to figure that out, because you thought I bore a grudge, didn't you? Yeah. It's been 10 years. Yeah, I don't give a monkeys, you know. People want to call me names, have at it. Because if they're picking on me, they're leaving someone else alone. Yeah. And it's one of those things, it's one of those, like, situations where it takes a long time to learn that. Of course it does. Once you learn it, you don't get to know somebody that well in, a year or two. I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea. Some people don't like the way I talk. Some people have a perceived opinion on, they perhaps think you're this type of person. And it's like, get to know me first before you make them sort of things. Yeah, well, we have no patience for people like that. Yeah, my biggest weakness in life is I take people face value and I let them in. Because I'm a very trusting person, and then I let them in, and then
you find out later that they're manipulating and stuff and trying to cause issues behind the scenes. And that's when I get the ump then, because it's like, no, the piss has been taken now. And that's when I get the ump, because we all have a very limited time on this planet, as this week's news has proven. And if I had one thing, if I could wave a magic wand, it would be that all the silliness, and he said, she said, bollocks, that goes on in the community stopped tomorrow.
Yep.
I would love that. I really would. But unfortunately, it's always going to be that people don't get along. So...
Yep. There's no need for any of it, is there?
No, which is why we tend to have our little community of close mates, and we just stay out of all of that, because I don't want it in my life, and I know other people don't. It does go on.
It's like we've all said many, many times before. We're middle-aged blokes. Hairy, to put it too funny, we're hairy-arse middle-aged blokes who make toy soldiers, and it doesn't need to get any more serious than that. That's as serious as it gets.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? You can't get less serious than that.
And it is funny, but also it's, you know, because, again, you know, there's lots of people out there, you know, that have got sensitivities, emotions, and mental health issues and that. And the last thing they need is that type of thing going on, because that can impact them massively.
Yep.
And it could cause them to go and do something potentially life-threatening. Or because someone has got a personal vendetta on them. And I find that shameful and a shame.
Yep.
So, yeah, that would be my one thing, if I could wave a magic wand, that I would change. But I can't change it, so...
No, it's a situation where Bill and Ted give excellent advice. Just be excellent to each other. You can't get better than that.
Yeah, I know I'm a bit of a wet mitten, but it's just a personal thing, isn't it? It's just important, isn't it? Because when you're gone, you're gone. And that's it, you know, and I think people are wasted opportunity, I really do.
Yep.
Anyway, we're getting too deep now. People just want to see us paint models. But,
yeah, and I have to tell you, by the way, to lighten the mood up a little bit, ever since you mentioned it, I've had the Bluey music in my head.
I'm not saying nothing about that subject, just saying.
Yeah.
Can I plead the fifth now?
No.
Or a bar steward, even.
This guy's arm is a pain in the bum. That makes no sense at all, I know.
But... Edward Leonard is in the chat. Squishy alert.
Hey, Edward.
There you go. Lovely to see you, Edward. I hope you're all doing that. He says, we are all talking about tits and flaps again. Hugh Gordon says it's like watching Mr. and Mrs. Hugh Gordon says, I've never upset anybody in my life, never mind lied either. Yeah, right. Hello, Hugh. How you doing, mate? Bill says, when lockdown happened, I was like, this is going to be crap. A week in, like, woohoo, I don't have to deal with people anymore. And it was an introvert's dream. Yes. That's what changed it for me, lockdown, because suddenly there's a lot of people that were in lockdown that, unlike me and Fox, haven't experienced being confined to home.
Yeah.
And that's why we started live streaming so much, is because we realised people are going to be climbing their walls, mate.
Well, I actually, it was weird, but because I'm an inside homeboy anyway, my mum doesn't go anywhere. When the lockdown started, we were like, okay, so it's just normal life, but I can't go to the shop. Okay.
Yeah. I had people messaging me going, I now understand what you meant when you said your worst enemy is cabin fever.
Yeah. I was actually fine through the whole. I was like, great. You mean I get to not go out and see in public? Brilliant.
Yeah,
I'll have that every day, please. Yeah, I was like, brilliant. I'll buy that every day, thanks.
Drove my missus absolutely mad.
Yeah,
because she's not used to it. And also, she had to put up with me all the time. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah.
That's more the price she had to deal with.
Yeah. So, it gave her 24 hours stuck in the house with me. And, yeah. Bless her.
Let's have a look at chat. Jeff says, there's times I drive Maggie up the wall, across the ceiling and down the other side and vice versa, but we're still a team.
Absolutely. You love each other, mate. That's what makes the difference, Jeff, isn't it?
Edward says to PJ, hanging in there, having back issues for a month or so. Hopefully you're feeling better.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Hope it gets sorted for you.
Yeah, big hugs, Edward. Obviously not in a too squeezy way because we don't want to hurt you. But...
Yep. And I think we're up to date there with...
There you go.
Hang on. Jeff Light says, Fox, your painting figures is your personal comfort zone, so you feel at ease when doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
True. There is that.
We're more relaxed when we're painting on stream than we are when we're building on stream. Am I right in thinking that?
Yeah, it's getting that way for me actually. Because at least when I'm painting on stream, I'm not gonna break something or glue it incorrectly.
I mean, I enjoy the buildy. I love the more creative scratch buildery stuff, I must admit. But I find we can relax a lot more and interact a lot more when we're just randomly doing painty. So it's a strange one.
I mean, I can be less thinking when I'm doing building because it requires less brain thinks. I don't have to use all the folds of my brain. But at the same time, if I mess something up at the building stage, it's over. So painting is like, you can always strip it if you mess it up.
You really don't enjoy the buildy, do you? Let's be honest. And
I don't mind it. I don't mind it for like figures and stuff, little miniatures. But sometimes when it's just fiddly stuff that I have to think about, it's it's not what I enjoy. I'd rather just paint.
I mean, I remember a really good bit of feedback I got from our dear friend PJ on how much he enjoyed every episode of the Bluey build. So much so that he has rewatched them multiple times.
Yeah, well, he needs to obviously make sure he's okay with that anyway, because obviously there's future projects that he'll love to watch.
I am now in my ears hearing the exact words that he'll be saying. And
I can hear Obi-Wan saying, it's like a million voices cried out in terror and was suddenly silenced.
And I can see the facial expression as well as he's raising his fist to the screen.
Simpson!
Yeah. He'll be calling me all of the names.
All of the names. Every single one.
Bless him. It's just... simple little paint jobs at the end of the day, aren't they? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
That's like this little thing. I'm just putting base colours down because, it's that stage of the build, isn't it? And only bit of scratch building on it was closing up the hole on the bottom there, and it's pretty straightforward to do.
Close up your bottom hole. It's always the thing you should do.
All your holes. Close all your holes.
Close up your bottom hole, my granny. I don't know where that's going.
I've got no idea where that's going, mate, but...
No, we'll just move on from that.
Yeah.
Talking of granny...
Hugh says, time for blanket, babe. Good night, all. Good night, Hugh. Lovely to see you, mate. I hope you're keeping well, fella. And, it's always good to see you, mate.
Talking of which, I shall be back in a moment.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'm just using my filbert brush just to start painting the underlying lead belcher on this bit of grillage, and I've thinned it right down, almost like a glaze, because I want some of the shading behind it still to show through. So Jeff says, I do believe I'm hearing some distant thunder coming from the direction of where PJ lives. Yes, mate, I can imagine. Yeah, I twitch it. I can imagine PJ's there now, and he's made the wooden form. He's now mixing the cement for the concrete boots that he's going to be sending down to me to try on. But no, he's a good sport. I'll give him that. He is a good sport, PJ. And we do give each other a lot of banter. And that's how we intend it to be, banter. Yeah. And yeah. And PJ knows what I mean here, because he won't mind me saying this, but sometimes he can make a perfectly innocent comment and the hyenas will all be at him. And it's like, if you knew him, you would know that's not what he meant or how he meant it to come out. That's why I tend to jump in sometimes if someone's having a bit of a dig and perhaps taken what he said the wrong way, is I tend to say, well, actually, I know him. He doesn't mean it that way. I do feel for him, because I'm terrible at it. It's like you could tell someone your best joke. There's always going to be someone that's going to be offended, and unfortunately for us, we seem to have this ability to put our foot in it on a regular basis. But there's never any malice with him. And Hugh as well. Over the years, you know, I've been in and he may have said something in the chat and then people will have a bit of a dig. And it's like, no, he doesn't mean it that way. They're nice people. Still going to send PJ the video with the Bluey build, though, because I know he'll really appreciate that as his nighttime viewing. All right, we got a bit of that going on. I'm waiting. It's gone too quiet now, folks, isn't it? How scared do you think I should be at this stage? Yeah. So let's just quickly, lightly just fan that over there. And again, a lot of this is going to have paint over it, but I just want to get a little bit of silvering on there. Ready for when I do the next or the latter stages. Looks very higgledy-piggledy, but I kind of know the direction I want to go with it. There's going to be a lot of exposed silver, and then there'll be a bit of dirt and detritus going on underneath there. Steve says, I had back trouble last month, went to A&E and got told I had 3 bulging discs in my lower back and the start of arthritis. They offered you a fusion, Steve, out of interest, mate. Because, yeah, that might help you out, mate. Depends on how you are about that sort of invasive surgery, because it is invasive, mate, having had it. So, yeah. I'm glad I did, but it did create some extra issues for me. So, it's definitely one of them that give it a bit of thought, especially if you're still working, mate. Because, yeah, once they've been in and messed about, it's a bit of a one-shot deal, mate, if I'm honest. And I wouldn't say I regret my decision, but I do think it sped up my retirement stage, I must admit. Try and get a bit more washed across there. Edward says, yeah, I've had bad osteoarthritis. I'm sure it's not good. Yeah, it's debilitating. Back pain is really not pleasant. It just doesn't leave you be. So really do feel for you there, mate. Don't despair, though, geez. You know, it's... Yeah, there's going to be dirt detritus up under there. There'll be some silver exposed under there, so let's give that a little bit of a coat. Not sure what to do with those. Let's put a little bit of lead belcher in there. And then I can always go over it with washes and stuff like that. That's a painted panel. That isn't. That's going to have a bit of silvering going on. So, and then that'll have multiple layers of non-oil. Okay, they're all individually painted squigs. Right, that's ready now for the next stage with the blue. Steve says, no, they're not too concerned as they aren't pinching the spinal cord. Right, okay, yeah, I had a lot of root nerves that were coming out were getting squished and squashed, and yeah. Mine kind of went slightly into the spinal canal where they was compressing the spinal cord, and it was, yeah, we've got to go in and do that. I put it off for as long as I could, but perhaps I should have gone sooner rather than later. Probably that's the mistake I made with it. All right, what have we got? Not sure what to do about them wheels. Let's have a look. Well, they do look rather dark going in there, so there is something. Okay. So we'll give them a coat. Let's get the belcher back out. Vamp says, "It's been some time." Absolutely, mate. It certainly has. Like I say, I hope you keep it well, mate. You know, hope life's treating you as well as can be, mate. And yeah, it's been many, many years, mate. Many, many years. Going way back when, isn't it? Where our paths first crossed, mate. It's like, yeah. You was around when I first started streaming, mate, all them years ago. So, yeah. Nice to see you, mate. Hope you're keeping well. So, yeah. There you go. Just slap that in there. All the way along in there. This will all get dirtied up later on with detritus, but at least they're getting a coat. Imagine driving along the side of that with a big old saw teeth going. Think you get a puncture? I imagine PJ driving one of these around Miami this weekend in the Formula One. Could you imagine the fun he'd have? Yeah. And like me, he's probably excited at the prospect of Adrian Newey, perhaps teaming up with Ferrari and Sir Lewis Hamilton. And I think that would be a partnership that would be very, very fruitful. So I'm hoping that there's truth in the rumours that may be happening. So not saying that Ferrari's technical department need it, but I can imagine he would be an asset to any team, and I would dearly love to see that, because he did an interview and said he's one of his emotional regrets he's never worked with Ferrari or Lewis. So you never know, folks. We could be in some seismic news in the next few months in the F1 world. I, for one, am very excited at the prospect, to be honest with you. Because, yeah, why not? Let's see what they could achieve. No harm in trying at the end of the day. But, yeah. I've got another Ferrari delivery on the way as well for the 24th scale Ferraris that I've been putting out on the channel. So I've been informed that they've shipped the next lot of those. Thanks for all the comments I've had, folks. It really is appreciated. I do read them all. And yeah, it's nice that people are beginning to enjoy them. So, and they are the beautiful little die-cast models, I must admit. Got beginnings of the wheels. What do I do about that panel? You know, I'd perhaps like it to look a bit metally on the one below, so we can choose a colour later on. If I want to go over it, it's not a problem, but at least I'll have a contrast between that. Breathe out, Cole. Stop shaking. Come on. There you go. Nearly got it. There you go. And try again. Just along there. There you go. Not worried about the blue if I'm going over it, because I've got another shade of blue to go over there. Just wanted to mark it so that I've got a contrast. Background in there. And that should be that next stage. What's going on in there? I can always get some silvering in there and on the rad, so that when I do these in their colours, that'll leave the radiator grille behind it metalled up. So we'll do that. I'm not going for a full coat. I want some black exposed, purely and simply just to give it a bit of contrast. There you go. And then bring them spikes into play now. Just like that. All I'm doing is just swirling my brush a little bit, just to leave a bit of texture on it. Right, happy days. I've got a frame somewhere. Do that at the end. They're all add-ons. I'll do that at the end. Let's clean my brush off. Okay, Edward Leonard says, Vamp, hey, Ed, Chaos and Candy, how you guys been? Edward says, hanging in by a thick rope. How about you, Vamp? Yeah. It's nice to catch up with you, mate. And like I say, it's been a good few years, fellow. Are you still living in South Africa, buddy? How's life been treating you? You know, hopefully you're doing well. Yeah. It's nice to see people, it really is, because you miss them when you don't hear from them, you know, as recent events or no, you know, someone goes off the radar, we all start worrying about them. Are they okay and that? And yeah, so I do worry. But it's because we care at the end of the day. We are a close community of people. You get to know your viewers, your audience, your chatlings, and you get used to seeing them about. And then when someone does pop off the radar, you immediately, you know, are they okay? You know, I hope they're all right. And I'm a terrible worrier. I start messaging people. Here, have you heard from so-and-so, so-and-so? I'm a bit concerned, not heard from them, you know, and yeah. And I think that's nice. I think it's a nice way to be honest with you. And those looking at my really scuzzy pot of Masters brush cleaner will be pleased to know I do have a fresh pot in the cupboard that I keep meaning to get out every week. And I'm just, yeah, I'm determined to use that last little bit, but it is rather scuzzy, isn't it? Let's be honest. Right, let's get a bit of Steel Legion drab. Bill says, I've been feeling very welcome since I came into this community. Absolutely, Bill. I mean, Bill's in the Zoom, folks, and he really is, and I'm going to say it, he really is a lovely fella. He's going to go all shy now. And, yeah, very interesting chap. He's had a very interesting life, and, yeah, he's settled right in and feels at home, and that's nice feedback to hear, because that's what you want. You want your community to feel loved and welcome and settled, you know, and the Zoom 24/7 is just like a train station at the end of the day. People come, people go. It's not always fault. You know, people have got work and real life, but there's days it's really busy. There's days it's very quiet, but we all look out for each other, and it's a nice little group of folks in there. Right, let's get a bit more of that down there. I just want to start now bringing out this base. I'm going to pinch my finger because I'm twitching and shaking tonight. So hopefully you're seeing what I'm doing on shot. Apologies if you're not. Let's just quickly look up. Yeah, sorry. There you go. Try to stay on camera as best as I can, folks. I'm just literally whopping in base colours at the moment, just to get stuff started. And then I can come back from that then and start doing different bits and pieces with it. Again, I'm not too fussed about it being a perfect finish because it's going to get chipped and weathered and beaten up and all of that. But it's just so that I can see certain areas and highlight areas that I know are going to be slightly lighter than others. So get a bit of water on there. And then we can start watering that in like a glaze. Just bring that in and then come over it then. I just want that to start in a very, very thin glaze. When that dries down, that'll just dry in quite nicely then. Scoot a little bit across there. 100% happy with that yellow, but we'll come back to that. There you go. Come down over there. It's got edge highlighting to go on this at some point as well. Right there. That's got a nice bit of shade there, so I don't want to go back over that. That's going to be chipped. Right.
And I'm back.
Hello, mate. Everything all right, Geese, yeah?
Yeah, she's gone to bed.
All right, mate. Bless her.
Did I miss anything?
No, I was just kidding. Time till you got back, mate. I was boring the viewers, mate, with my inane drivel.
It's my job to bore them.
Yeah,
I see there's a vamp
here,
in the chat. I see there's a vamp in the chat.
There is. I was saying how he's been coming in ever since year dot when we first started streaming, and it's nice to see.
That is a blast from the past. Hey, vamp.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, we have got colour we're going to do. He's already yellow, so have a bit
yellow.
Of blue. What we got there? Techless blue.
Ooh, it's a good colour, that Techless blue.
Scale Modelling Chaos says, don't worry, Cole, if the worst happens, I'll make sure to message you and let you know. Absolutely. Bless you. Yeah. I was just saying that, you know, if someone goes off the radar, how we all worry. You know, if it's only we get used to seeing our audience, you see similar people in the chat week on week, and then when someone goes off the radar, you start worrying. Then, don't you? And I was saying this because you know we hadn't seen Jack for a while, have we? You know, Vampy, and it's like, it's too. You just worry. You can't help it.
Because you know, in most cases, you'll never know. Regardless, you never know at all. So.
It's like this week, wasn't it, with the loss of Wendy, you know, it's knocked everyone for 6, you know, and it's like very sad.
Yeah.
And me and you was like it when Nim sadly passed, wasn't it? It was a huge shock, wasn't it? And
that just came from nowhere, that.
Yeah, no, it's why we
especially
always say,
so young as well.
You know, life is precious, it's so short, let's all just chill.
Especially in someone so young.
Yeah.
Like Nim. 2.
I don't know why I'm whispering, folks.
Why are you whispering?
I don't know.
Okay.
Got it to
Are we doing it?
Got it to Bob.
Are we doing AS?
Got it to Bob Ross mode.
Are we doing ASMR videos now?
Yeah.
There's a market for them.
There is. As my fish tank brewing video proved. Someone said me, when are you going to do another fish tank video? When I get some more fish, because they all died.
Yeah, that was the heat, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, my tank eater went up the blink, and so had to say that it's since been changed out.
Yeah.
Just haven't got around to getting any more fish yet.
You've got all the snails in the world.
Yeah, I've got assassin snails in there as well now, don't forget.
Yeah.
And yeah, they devour and keep the population under control.
You've got snails and anti-snail snails.
Yeah. It's a great name though, isn't it? Assassin snails, you know. It's like,
They're like the Sith of the snail world.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. And they've got this like stripy shell. They're really sinister because they sit under the gravel and then they just appear under a snail that goes above them and siphon them out.
Ooh.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, but
it's like they're so hardcore ninja that they don't actually have to be stealthy at all. They can be brightly striped.
Chuck Norris in a shell, mate. That's what they are.
Oh.
But yeah. But it needed doing because you got to keep the population under control, haven't you? But yeah, it was getting overrun. So
I often wonder, you know, like if you were to go in the garden and eat like a slug or a snail, it would taste horrible.
Yeah.
I don't recommend you do it. Obviously, we eat snails. There are edible snails, and they taste quite nice, but they're covered in garlic and all the other things.
Oh, yes.
If you were to go out and eat a slug, you'd be like, that's horrible. It tastes like, it's horrible. Yet the creatures that eat them, like hedgehogs and foxes and things, do they taste nice to those animals?
I don't know.
Animals that eat things that taste minging, I wonder if they have like a different sense of taste.
It's like anything, isn't it? It's food. I don't know if the world ended tomorrow and the one thing left in the Fallout shelter. See what I did there? Fallout reference.
See what you did there? I see what you did, yeah.
Was a chicken and mushroom pot noodle. Then I'm sure I would sit and eat it.
Yeah. I wonder if I just wonder if animals have like a different perception of what these things taste like.
I honestly don't know, mate. I don't know what an animal's sense of taste is, to be quite honest with you.
No, well, everybody does. But it's just interesting. He's like, how do animals eat things that taste mingy?
Yeah.
But they seem to do it.
You know, I mean, we're told, you know, sugar and spice and all things nice type thing, aren't we? And if we weren't educated into what tastes are and that, would we be able to differentiate? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a strange
I think we probably
one,
still
isn't
have. I think we probably still know we like that or we didn't like that. We probably have things that we liked, but a lot of things we're conditioned not to want to eat.
Yeah.
I remember at school once they did this experiment where they brought out some chips.
Yeah.
Normal, you know, chips from the canteen, but one of the bowls was just chips. One of the bowls, the chips were coloured with green food colouring, and one they were coloured with black food colouring.
Oh, right, yeah.
And they were saying, like, just come and grab some chips, and nobody wanted any of the black ones or the green ones. It's like, you see, you're conditioned not to eat them because they're the wrong colour.
Absolutely.
It's just food colour. It's just food dye.
Oh, yeah.
It's like they say that, you know, if we want to have a good chance of surviving in the next couple of 100 years, we're going to really need to shift to a society where we value insect-based food a lot more.
Oh yes, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of parts of the world there they already do.
Yeah, Philippines, Malaysia, and yeah.
I read somewhere that the parts of the world where we don't eat insects by default is actually the minority.
Yes,
the majority of populations actually already have an insect-based diet. But they said, you know, that all this livestock that's using up all the land and so on. It's like you could just farm crickets, and they're just as nutritious, if not more. Yeah.
I mean, a field full of ermine-trudes put out an hell of a lot of methane.
Yeah, plus it's all the waste of the agricultural land you need to feed them.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and they're only they're only bred to feed the people at the end of the day. Yeah. Whereas, I couldn't agree more. Actually, it makes logical sense to me. But
they said, you know, you could just have a big like tent to grow crickets, and you grow millions of them and feed thousands of people.
Have you had crickets and that yourself?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've eaten crickets. I've eaten scorpion.
Yeah, I've had scorpion, yeah.
Crickets are all right, but they're a bit... They're not unpleasant.
I didn't have one of those big, gushy, wormy things, you know, the big bulbous...
Oh, the grub worms, whatever they are.
Yeah, you know, the ones that ooze and that. Because I drew the line. It was like, no, I couldn't, you know. But.
Yeah. But, I mean, crickets were all right, but they were a bit... In the same way that if you eat, like... raw octopus, it's not offensive, but it's just a texture makes you go and you want to eat it quickly. It was a bit like that.
Yeah, it's an acquired thing, isn't it? Octopus, it's a bit jelly, isn't it? A bit like jellied eels. You either like them or you don't.
Yeah, but and then again, if I was to have like say a burger made out of cricket flour, because you get cricket flour, which is just crickets ground up into a floury paste.
Yeah.
And it's massively full of protein. You make burgers.
Oh, yeah, it's very protein rich.
Yeah, that just tastes like flour.
Yeah.
So I've not had that. I'd try that. But, you know, I think the crickets and things will be, if you put them in something or with something or flavour them with something, they'll be fine.
Yes.
But you can get them in the UK. It's quite limited from what you can get.
Yeah, normally it's, like I say, little packets of dried crickets and things like that, isn't it? Yeah. It's not... Yeah.
I'm not sure if mealworms are human edible. Because you get them for the birds. And
I don't know. Snake is nice, you know, and that, you know, that sort of thing, you know. But it is one of those, you know, because... It's like anything. I think in the Western cultures, we sort of anything slivery and multiple leggy, and we're like, oh no, it's a wasp, it's a fly, it's a cricket, it's this, it's that. You know,
we're just conditioned. It's something that we don't eat.
Yeah, but like I say, in other cultures, that's dinner, mate. It's like
I remember I was watching one thing, and I think it might have been Brazil or somewhere like that, where they said one of the most favourite sweets for kids as snacks. And like, you know, there's little stores on the streets that sell them in the bags. Like you buy a pound of chocolate ants.
Yeah.
And they're just ants dunked in chocolate.
Yeah.
You get a bag of them and just eat them like you would chocolate raisins or something. It's like
Well, you go to
standard.
places like Thailand, Malaysia, and you'll see someone walking along the street with crickets on the stick type thing, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? And it's like, you know, and people go, oh, no, how can they do it? It's like, it's food at the end of the day. It's protein rich.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bigger jump to actually physically have a cricket in your hand that looks like a cricket with legs and stuff.
Yeah.
And eat it that way. If people don't know, when you buy like edible crickets, they tend to be just like de-legged, and it looks like a little,
just a torso, basically.
Yeah, it's like a little worm type thing, and it's dead small.
A thin
dry.
pepperoni.
Yeah, they have a dry, musty taste to them.
Yeah.
So you need to flavour them, but
yeah, but then what's the difference between that and having a lobster turn up with all its legs and everything on? And that, people still eat that, don't they?
Yeah, that's because I think because you can kind of get past that. I think it's the size with them. You can break it open and get to the meat inside.
Pardon me, absolutely, but
you don't have to eat the crunchy bit.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying there, because it's got to change at some point, isn't it?
Mm. It's just purely because, like, if I remember rightly, something like 80 or 90% of the world's arable land is taken up with crops to feed animals.
Yes.
Which is a complete waste of time, because all that land could be planted for crops to feed actual people.
Yes.
But that's where the artificial meat thing's coming in as well. So we'll have to have
you know, you think how much livestock and that space it's taking, chickens, cows, all of that gubbins, you know, and it's got to stop somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm all up and ready for the artificial meat boom when it does eventually come. I've had a few artificial meats. I've had a few plant burgers, and most of them have been really nice. The McDonald's plant burger is really nice.
Yeah, my youngest lad, he's what's his name, vegetarian.
Yeah,
he's on about going full-blown vegan. It's like, mate, it's your choice. You do what you like.
Yeah, do you want?
You know, he said, I don't go hungry. He said, I've got a good diet.
Yeah. The only thing I don't recommend is Subway's meat alternatives. They're horrible. Oh, the taste is like, it's like grandma's perfume. It's horrible. They're minging. They just taste like germaline or something horrible. Diddle-diddy. Scale Modelling Chaos says, I've eaten a crocodile curry and eaten rattlesnake as well. I've had alligator and I've had Wagyu.
I've not had croc. I've had roux burgers, ostrich.
Yeah, bad ostrich.
But, yeah.
LWM says, waiter, there's a fly in my soup. Yes, sir, it's fly soup. We're saving the planet.
That's what he did there.
We learn at an early stage, taste nice is good, taste bad is danger. Yeah. The snails that are eaten in France are mainly grown in the UK, says Steve. I do like escargot. I am partial to a bit of snail, edible snail. With a bit of garlic and very nice. I'd rather chow down on my left arm than eat a pot noodle, says PJ Lewis. And I thought you were a man of culture.
Not a fan, PJ.
I don't know.
You know what's going to happen now? PJ's going to get a package.
Oh yeah, big package.
Oh,
Cole, if you live near me, you could have given you a load of assassin snails, says Steve.
Oh, mate, didn't know that. Yeah, I'm down in Basingstoke, mate. My assassins I actually got on eBay, and they arrived in one of these little tubs with the wet cotton wool and stuff. And yeah,
this may be a dumb question. If you get your assassin snails to like cull an excessive snail population, what do you do to cull an excessive assassin snail population? They
don't overbreed like that, I don't think. Anyway, I mean, I've had the same 3 assassins there for about a year, maybe a little longer. They will die at some point, but so I've got one out at the moment. He's sat by me water pump there, the assassin. See if I'll get me light on him and see whether I can let you see him. You're not going to get a good picture there, are you? That's a bit gash. I'll take a photograph. Put it on my phone, but
do you think maybe you've got just 3 males? Or are they hermaphrodites?
I don't know.
How would you know, I suppose, is the question.
I mean, you're asking me to sex an assassin snail now. It's like...
Steve says assassin snails self-regulate.
Yeah. There you go, let's see.
But I take it, though, that assassin snails, because you obviously get snails to clean up all the all the crud and nitrates and stuff, and don't you, in the tank?
Yeah.
And algae and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I take it assassin snails don't do that, otherwise you'd just get assassin snails.
Exactly. I mean, mine, I think, are called Clay Helena, which is basically, it's got the name Helen in it, so it's like, yeah, she's an assassin, so... Not saying she's a snail or any shell-borne object. I just want to clarify this.
You've said it now. It's too late.
Damn you. Right, let's zoom in on that and see whether you can see that on screen. There's an assassin snail. See the stripy shell? That's his dinner that he's been eating. So yeah,
pile of victims around him.
Yeah, little pile of victims there. So yeah,
looks like hazard stripes.
Yeah.
It's like an orc snail.
So there's 3 of them bad boys in there. They've grown quite nicely, you know, about the size of one of my thumbnails. So, yeah.
Having the time of their life in there then, aren't they?
They are, mate. So I just go in and I get all the empty shells and then I grind them up in my grinder and then put them back in because it's calcium for the tank, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, you put it back in the thing, didn't you?
So I just put it all back in.
LWM says, I'm a practicing vegetarian, but I keep eating meat, so I need more practice.
Yeah.
Vamp says, I'd rather eat a bottom feeder caught in a lake. I assume that's as opposed to insects.
Yeah. It's one of them. It's, yeah.
What was he called? Gertrude? No. Bertie? No. Betsy. Betsy says, you can eat garden snails, but you'd have to detox them for about a week before cooking and eating them.
Absolutely. Big thanks, PJ. I had forgotten, mate. It's got to stand up. 2 secs.
Now, here's something I didn't know. We've all done the thing where we walk onto the path and we pick up a snail to protect it from being stood on, so we put it off on some plant or something.
Yeah.
I didn't know this, but you're not supposed to just pick them up. You're supposed to tap them and then pick them up.
Oh, right. Because
if you try and pick them up, their foot's suctioned to the floor. You might rip them out of the shell inside the shell and it'll kill them.
Oh, right.
Whereas
makes
if
sense.
if you tap the shell gently a couple of times, it makes its foot go withdraw and then it's not stuck to the surface. I didn't know that. You're supposed to tap the shell gently.
I've suitably stood up, Paige. Cheers for that, gaze.
Steve says his shrimp eat the shells.
Oh, he's got shrimp as well. Yeah, I was thinking of getting some shrimp in there. Yeah.
You need shrimp just so that you can use the word shrimp as much as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, they seem all right in there. But like I say, I just grind the shells up. I go in, scoop them all up with me net, fill up me grinder, and then just pour it all back in. Happy days. LWM Bill says his name is Dexter. He dumps his kills at the bottom of the ocean. You can have 1,000 XP there for the Dexter comparison, mate. Yeah.
Oh, NCIS news. I'm on season, I think, 15. I've met Sloane now. I don't like Sloane.
No.
I'm not liking Sloane.
Sloane's a bit bish, yeah?
Yeah, you know, the forensic, I don't like her. She's a bit, I mean, she might grow on me, but she's a bit, I don't know, she doesn't seem amusing or likeable in any way at the moment.
She was the blonde one, yeah?
Yeah, the one that's like the forensic psychologist or something.
Yeah, I know the one, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like her. I don't like her yet anyway.
There you go. That's something for the fish to eat.
Dip. Have you had a drink, Cole, says Chaos?
I'm about to, mate. Am I a bit slurry then, mate?
No, I don't think so. Vamp says, oh yeah, Shizer, Colin, how's your health, mate?
Ups and downs, mate, but I'm still here, mate, battling as I normally would, mate, but a lot less mobile, Vampy, than I was, mate. I can't walk unaided now, but hey, you know, I've got arms that work.
Yep.
It could be a hell of a lot worse, mate, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah. You can still do the things you enjoy.
Yeah, when I do complain, I'm lucky I've got a wife that kicks my backside into gear.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you can still do the things you enjoy, you just take a little longer to get to them, that's all.
It's not often I complain, to be quite honest with you. But I do get the ump with myself. When I'm trying to do something and the carcass prevents me, I do get leery at myself. And that's the one thing that really upsets the wife, because I can be quite brutal with some of the names I call myself.
Yeah.
It's only frustration. That's all it is. But when you're on the
Yeah,
outside
it's just-
hearing that, I can imagine it can come over as a bit upsetting.
Yeah, it's just your way of venting, isn't it? Well, you know, there's nothing else you can do, so you might as well vent on it.
We all cope with things in a slightly different way, and self-deprecation for me keeps me level-headed.
Yep.
And you know, if I call myself I don't know, a mongy crippled see you next Tuesday, to me that's me snapping myself out of the current situation I've gotten myself in. But
Yeah.
if Helen's the other side of the door and she doesn't know the context that I'm using that in, it can be quite upsetting for her to hear me talk like that to myself. So I understand.
Yep.
But I say it as it is, and not everyone can deal with that, can they?
No.
I'm not saying it's the right way. It works for me.
Vamp says you should get your doctor to get you one of them military exoskeletons.
Yeah.
Go all
Yeah.
alien.
Oh, absolutely, mate. Not far off it. They call me Wolverine at the MRI clinic because of the metal work. No, it could be a lot worse, Vamp, but thank you for asking, mate. You get on with it, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Seem to have lost the shade, and I don't know where I put it. And that's all right. I will find it.
It will repair.
Yeah. It's probably been used and I've put it back in the wrong place on my door. But you know what it's like when you see a space in your paint rack, you think, I had something there.
Something's not right. There's a gap. It's like seeing the silhouette of a spanner on your tool board.
Oh, isn't it? It's like, yeah. So it'll turn up. What's that?
Betsy says, no slurring. I'm just making sure you're well lubricated.
All right, mate. Because normally that's the first sign that I'm going into a sugary thing, is if I start getting a bit slurry, mate. Because, yeah. That's why I asked. Okay. Take the focus off the missing shade, Carl, and get the pot of red that you wanted. Shade was it? Anyway.
Colin with his 3D printing and Fox with his electronics can build Colin an exoskeleton. Wait, when did I get electronics as a skill? Did I redo my buffs or something? Did I re-roll my buffs?
Now an official electronics GNU, mate.
Did I re-roll my stats and I didn't realise? Can I put points back into laziness and stealth?
Yeah. Hey, mate, at the end of the day. Yeah, could you imagine me with an exoskeleton? I've got an internal one.
You got an internal exoskeleton?
Yeah.
Yeah. An endoskeleton? You're a Terminator?
Absolutely. Apparently that's a big box of squigs, so let's just read the lot and then I can go in and put detail in. But no, it's the in-joke, I must admit. Helen loves it when she comes to the MRI place because she's my proxy, which those that don't live in the UK, a proxy in the UK is Helen deals with all my medical stuff. So rather than them call me, they call Helen. She's my eyes and ears, and they can go through her what they need to do. Because if I'm a bit derpy or in a bad place, last thing I can do is have a competent conversation about my healthcare. Yeah. Especially if I've attempted to harm myself in any way. So, yeah.
Plus, your GP also knows that you can't be trusted within a mile of any requirement.
Pretty much. So Helen deals with it all. So it all goes through the wife. So, but of course, when we go to the MRI, she gets to sit in the room where they're doing it all. She gets that little perk because she comes in with me, takes me sticks away, and all of that gubbins. And once I'm on the thing, they just say, come and sit in here with us, love. You'll be able to see inside your old man almost, you know. And she finds it really fascinating because they went round stuff and they went, that one there must have been put in the early 90s. And she goes, yeah, actually it was 1992. How did you know that? Because obviously the different plates and techniques and surgical procedures have changed over the years. And and it fascinates her. She said, yeah, you've got pretty much metal everywhere.
How does an MRI work with metal? I thought you couldn't have metal
No,
stuff.
you can dial it in.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they ask you to fill out a questionnaire with what you've got, basically.
Ah.
And then they can adjust it. Normally, before you have your appointment, you go for a little assessment. You fill it in, and then they'll contact, like, Frimley Hospital, where Thomas done my neck implants. They'll then ring up Richard, who done my fusions and put metalwork in me. Britain, who did me legs, you know, and they go, right, what did you use? What's in it? But I have a envelope that Helen carries whenever we go through airports and that, and it lists all my metalwork and where it is and what was used and all of that lot. But
so does it mean they can control the location of the scan? Or
yeah, they
does it mean
basically,
they just reduce the field?
if I have what they class as a risky area, they won't scan it. That will then get done with a CT scan.
All right, I've got you.
Yeah, no,
so that means So it means they can kind of target the scan without, so they can avoid a bit with metal.
I mean, my last scan I did was a brain and upper spine deep scan because I've got a tumour between my shoulder blades.
Yeah,
I was telling you before I got to have it taken out. But so to have that one, that's the targeted area, which is above the fusions that I've got in my mid spine. So it didn't interrupt it, you know, but.
I didn't know they could do it. I thought it was just you go in and the whole thing is just a magnetic field for the whole tube.
Because your bed will slide into a certain space and they'll just go, and they're doing your head and your shoulders, you know. But yeah, I won't MRI me legs because the metalwork in them is not conducive to that procedure. Yeah, that's why I wear that thing around my neck with all of that in it, because... You know, if you was found unconscious somewhere in the street and they wanted to bung you through the machine, how are they going to know? So, yeah.
So theoretically, even though I've got, say, metal fillings in my teeth, I could still have an MRI.
Oh, yeah, the metal fillings are so insignificant, it ain't going to happen, mate. You could still have MRI. I've got metal fillings in my teeth. I've got pins in my face. Screws in my jaw. You know what I mean? It's like... You know.
I thought it was like any hint of metal and you get a CAT scan and that's your lot.
No.
You learn something every day.
I was worried because when I first was told you got to have MRI, I'm like, am I going to fall to bits with all this stuff flying out through my skin? They're like,
is my skeleton going to get ripped out?
No, it doesn't work that way. Obviously, things like pacemakers and things like that, you know. I can imagine that they possibly would use a different imaging technique. But.
Scale Model and Chaos says, Colin as the Terminator will be like, give me your clothes, your boots, and your wheelchair. Fox and Electronics, no, says PJ.
That's funny. If ever I get to go up to meet Fox and take the pram, I will have a wheelchair race with Mama Wolf.
Oh, yeah. The thing is, we've got a cheap, crappy one for her and a decent one now, so we could all three of us have a wheelchair race.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a right laugh, wouldn't it? Imagine
Although
that.
I get the crappy one with the rubbish wheels and it'd fall apart.
Oh, mine's got mag wheels. I'll have to take a picture of the pram for you and send it to you. You'll understand what I mean about the fact that it's got the carbon fibre wheels on it. It's just so cool.
Oh, yeah. I did look at Mum's wheelchair and think I could paint some of that. No, I can't. LWM says, gentlemen, we can rebuild him. We have the technology. We have the capability to make the world's first bionic modeler. Festa will be that man, the £6.50 man, $6.50 man. I always remember there was do you remember the comedy show, Goodness Gracious Me? Yeah. They had a spoof called the 6 million rupee man, which is about £6. And he walks into this shop and he's at the counter and there's a woman at the counter and behind her is like a load of bags of sugar. Yeah. And he says, I'd like a bag of sugar, please. And she went, we haven't got any. And he's like, yeah, you have. I'd just like a bag. And she went, no, we haven't got any. He says, there's some there behind you. And she went, how did you see that? And he said, well, it's my 6 million rupee eye allows me to see things.
PJ says, I've got so much metal work in my body. He's got his own names manual. You're not far wrong.
Maybe Colin hates photo etch due to all the metal in him. Says,
that is perhaps the most valid reason. Yes, perhaps that is the case.
It's instinctive genetic memory type thing. I dropped my dice.
Yeah.
Die.
Yeah, just call me Festa Photo Etch. There you go.
What's your name? My name's Festa, but you can call me Deet 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 because it does it every time I go through the gate. I dropped my die and now I can't find it.
Oh, what you like?
And it's one of my really nice conquest dies.
Oh, it'll turn up.
Yeah, in the corner of my foot at some point.
Yeah, you'll tread on it, mate.
Yeah, and I'll be very upset. Do you know what happened the other day? I'm so stupid. I came upstairs. You know, like when you make a cup of coffee and you've not stirred it right, you get all the glumpy stuff in the middle.
I'll take your word for it, 'cause I don't drink coffee.
Well, and I thought, oh, I don't want to have to go all the way downstairs to get a spoon to stir it.
Yeah.
Then I remembered I accidentally bought 1,000 coffee stirrers.
Oh, what you like? Go away, flyy
Like,
thing.
bonus! So I've used one of them now.
You've asked.
For intended purpose.
You've asked for it now, flyy thing.
Oh, you've got a floaty, little flying machine, have you?
Along.
I must find this dice. I cannot build these people if I don't have my dice.
There you go. It won't be flying for long, mate. Not now the zapper of zapping this is on.
You got the zizzer going.
Yeah.
You lose an enormous die. Come on. Where are you?
What's he like? What is he like, folks?
I can't build my figures if I haven't got my die to make the decisions for me.
Oh,
I can't make decisions.
hold up a
Not
minute.
realistic.
What do you mean you've got to have a die to make the decisions for you?
Because I'd have to roll the die to decide which set of arms goes with which torso. To keep it completely random. I just like to do it for fun. Because it's kind of geeky. But it's been so effective that I've got 3 dudes with the same set of arms in one group, which wasn't really what I wanted. But
Yeah, that went well for you then.
I must do as the die commands. Well, I can't find this thing.
Oh dear.
I don't know where it's gone.
You can't find it, right? No, we'll have to end the stream then. That's it. You can't cope. Can't cope without your die.
All right.
Right.
Find another. Have I got another die? I've got another one somewhere. Where's my other die?
What's he like?
Ooh. Right. I'll find a different die.
Vamp's in the process of building his own personal aerial vehicle. Bored, tired of walking and driving. Why walk and drive when you can fly? Absolutely, mate. Yeah, but like, gee, I can just imagine you gunning down with a big set of wings on and that.
Yeah.
Scary thought in it, Vampy coming down the road with one of these big wingsuits on.
Oh yeah. But it's whether it's got underwinged weapons on it.
Yeah, underneath the wing.
The wings. Right.
We won't do that again, folks.
We might. Right, this time we're going to have a blue die.
You know what's going to happen? You're going to walk out the room later and you're going to step on it.
Yeah.
You're going to end up hopping on your reel all the way out the door and then fall flat down the stairs, mate.
Yeah.
I'll get a message at about 4 in the morning of Fox in the A&E getting a plaster cast put on his leg.
The thing is, right, what's really annoying is if I've lost that die and I can't find it, it's gonna knacker me OCD because it means I've got one single die missing from my Warhammer Conquest set.
No, I can't have that. You've got to find it.
No. Yep.
That's a bit like that one space that I've got in my shade collection on the door there. I know there's a pot missing. Do you think I know where it is? No.
Nope. Well, it was really annoying because these die were really nice, these dice, because they're square cornered.
Yeah.
And they're really quite pleasant to look at, and I wanted to get some more. Is it easy to find translucent square cornered die? No. Impossible. They're all curved cornered. It's like, no! Oh. I just went through this phase of I wanted to buy a lot of dice. I don't know why.
It's really going to eat at him, folks. This is going to be so much fun overnight. I'm going to be sending him every Google image I find of die.
I seem to be like that. At the moment, I'm the host of the European Dice Mountain.
Yeah,
which is
a bit like, yeah.
You're
not going to be able to go to bed until you've found it. You do realise this?
No. I'll find it. It'll appear. Right, which body goes with those arms? 1. Oh, that's the last one. There we go. How I decide.
You decided, have you?
It's completely random, which is why I've got 3 Group 2 guys, all with Group Type 3 arms. It didn't quite work out the way I planned, but never mind. The die rolls where the die rolls.
Absolutely, mate.
I leave it to the fates, and they all decide.
place your bets, says Jeff. I say Fox will roll A4.
What did I get? I got a 1, didn't I? Yeah, we could have bets and see what comes out.
Yeah.
Little bits of side bets on the side. Are these all going to have the same?
I've just got this image now of Jeff doing the John McCrick bookmakers tic-tac, 5-1 on favourite. Yeah.
Now, see, I'm going to have to go against the dice here. Because I've got three of these guys and they've all got the same rifle. Can't do that. They'd have another one. It's the same one again. I'm going to have to go against the dice. Sorry, dice.
So what's the point of rolling it then if you're not going to notice?
Well, I would have gone for it. No, I would have gone for it, but there's 3 of them already, and it's like, yeah, I can't have it quite like that. I don't know which one.
You know why it didn't work for you? Because it's not the die that you're missing.
Yeah, it's not the right one.
Yeah, it's not the right one. It's an imposter.
Fake.
It's fake. It's an imposter. That's not a die. That's the Piers Morgan die, mate. It's a fake.
Ew.
Yeah.
Wash your mouth out.
I know.
4. There we go.
I realised the gravity of what I said as soon as I said it, mate.
You know, I know.
I did.
It's understandable.
Right. Pick up that. Okie dokie. So we don't need them to do with a bit of the old.
Bit of that.
Bit of that. Slap him up there. It's the old method.
Mephiston Red.
One pot of paint that's missing. I'm going to have to get my Citadel app out later and list all the
that's serious
shades.
business when the app comes out.
Yeah, because I am missing that one, and it's like, why aren't you there? It's a purple. I'm convinced.
LWM says, we'll be watching as Fox loses die after die until he rage quits the stream.
Yeah. I'm sure it's one of the purples. It's
What, the missing one?
Yeah. Contrast. It's contrast. Oh, that's going to bug me. I'm sure it was one of the purples because I was.
Oh, I didn't realise you didn't know which one was the missing. Ah, right, I see. That's even worse.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, it's even worse if you don't know which one it is.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it's because I was thinking about something on the Harlequin build, and I might have dug the pot out and left it to one side so that I didn't forget that was the shade I wanted. And I don't know where I've put it.
I mean, I don't want to trigger you, but there's always the slight chance that you put it back in the wrong place as well. If
you're trying to get me wound up, Dice Man, be careful. See what we did. The set starts now, folks. It's going to turn into. I'm not having to take the whole rack away, by the way, because it is organised into contrast, shades, technicals, and that. So it won't take me long to locate it. I'm on the colour wheel as well. I need to get more.
You didn't just run out of a shade, did you? And you've not replaced it yet.
No, I've not managed to use a whole pot of shade yet.
Ah. It's going to bug you now, isn't it? You're like,
It's Dragon Horse and shade. Yeah, it is. I need to stop worrying about it and get on with what I was doing. Right, what was I doing? I was getting a bit of...
It's the worst thing. Knowing something's missing but not knowing exactly what it is, you're like...
Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky I've not dropped a die. So I've not got that sleepless night coming. But I'm happy. You're not... You want to hate on me now, don't you? Did I already have it? No. Got it in the end. What's wrong with you, Pilch? Right, there it is. That's what I wanted. I ran and do all of them. Bill says, I've got to store my paints in numerical order, otherwise it will trigger the end of times. Yes, I can totally understand that, mate. It's like all my labels. I've got to, you know what I mean? Oh, does my head in. I'm looking at my Vallejo rack and where I keep putting my magnifiers in. It keeps rolling the bottles around in the hobby zone, and I have to keep moving them to to line them all up. And once I start, I can't stop them. So I've just started again on them. Damn it. I'm happy now. The labels are facing me.
It's the constant and eternal trauma for the model maker and the artist.
Oh, it does your head in, doesn't it?
Do you sort your paints by number or colour? Like Vallejo, do you do them by colour or number? It's like,
my Vallejos are in numerical order. Yeah, my Citadel ones are in the order they are on the app. Alphabetical, but grouped by colour in alphabetical. Dark to light, almost. That makes sense?
Yeah, I've not got them. Yeah. I've not got that many Vallejo paints, so I think I just put them in colour. I've only got a couple of drawers of them.
I must admit, my paint rack behind me is rather full now. There's only a few empty spaces, and
you have a most impressive paint collection. It has to be said.
But why is it you then go and do a Warhammer build, you pick it up, and it says, you need this paint, and you're like, damn it, I haven't got that one.
Yep. Or you get this massive selection of paints, and you stick to like about the same 10 colours for everything.
Yeah. So I have had that recently, and it's like, do you know something? I'm just going to mix two paints together and assimilate the colour. But your brain is going, yeah, but it's not the correct colour code, is it?
Well, it's like, I could have like 100 different types of red paint, but as soon as I need to paint some red, I'm picking up the Mephisto red. It's every time.
Well, it's like the shades and contrasts. I tend not to use them for their intended purposes. I use the contrasts as a glaze. Because, for me, they just work. I'll do a particular paint effect and I put a bit of Lamium medium in the contrast paint and almost use it as a glaze to just give it a little bit of depth and that, and that's how I tend to use it. I know a lot of people use the Xenofold technique, but I think sometimes when I see paint jobs like that, they look a little bit too washed out to me, like a watercolour.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Like with things like that and the slap chop effect, they always have that kind of watercolour effect. It's like, I want more.
Just look a bit too faded and washed out for me liking. So
it's like looking at a Bethesda game with HDR. It washed out and terrible. It's just not good.
Yeah, I did a few like it just to try the technique when I first got the paints, and I put them on the shelf, painted them, done the thing, and left them, and I was like, they just look like a watercolour, so I dettoed them, went in and did what I normally would, and then went and used them as a glaze. And it was like, that's the effect I want. And that's what works for me. Now, I'm not saying I'm right and everyone else is wrong. It's what works for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of that kind of washed out look. That you get.
That just looks too much like a watercolour, doesn't it? And it's like...
Yeah, if they just use just ink, so it's like, no, I want nice, bold colours. I don't want that kind of... It's nice, don't get me wrong. It's a pleasant effect, but it's not...
But I saw a slapped, chopped Baneblade. And all I'll say to you is... Gold. You'll know exactly what I mean.
Yep.
It really did. It left me going...
See, slap chop's a great simple technique for figures. I don't think it really works on vehicles, and it's all right technique, but it's not.
It's a fast way of getting stuff playable and tabletop ready. I get that, and I don't dispute that. Good luck to people if that's what they want, but I still think it just looks a little too washed out for my personal taste, and that's all it is,
The thing I don't get is because
says the bloke who's just done a washed out paint job on a Goliath, but yeah.
Well, hey, the thing I don't get, and I don't. There's a lot of things I don't get about painting and stuff, but
most of it for me, I'll just wing it.
Yeah, that's why I just make it up as I go along. But when you see someone who like primes their little miniature figure in black and then does all the white stuff to get the Xenolf effect, and then they just paint it like normal, so. It doesn't matter what, and it's like, well, that doesn't matter then what you primed it with, and the Zenithal just gets covered up. So what was the point of that?
Yeah, but I could say the same with this. I did it as Xenofold paint.
Yeah,
purely and simply that when I hold it up, I can see the different shapes, the different textures, because if it's all black, I can't see the detail. To me, it's just a black splodge. But if I go over it with a dry brush of fur and grey, a bit like these tyres, you know, the contrast, I can see the different tread panels, I can see the spikes, I can see the detail. But otherwise, I wouldn't be able to physically see that different texture, which is why I do it. And I know I'm going to block it out, but also it lets me go, well, that actually could be a slightly darker shade than that because light and dark. So it just helps me figure out where I want to apply the paint.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
No, I wouldn't do a slap chop technique now because having done a couple, it's like,
It's sort of, you know, dilute to taste, isn't it, basically?
Pretty much. You know,
it's an interesting technique, and again, it's a speed thing for a tabletop.
Yeah, at risk of saying it, on the Bluey car, I used contrast as a glaze to wash over the vehicle, you know.
Well, that's basically what they are. They're just inks, aren't they, effectively? So
I know folks will go, that's not what they're for. Well, at the end of the day, that's what I'm using them for. Yeah.
There's no official use for any paint. You can do whatever you want with the paint. You could
absolutely,
I don't know, dip your figure in a pot of green if you wanted to, and it'd still be a valid way to use the paint.
Exactly. I've seen some beautiful slap chop paint jobs. Don't get me wrong, but the majority do look very watercolory. A lot of people use it in combination now, where they'll do part slap chop, part thing, just to get that colour transition, and some of them look really spectacular, and it does let you see a different use of the technique. But I mean, I couldn't slap chop my squig off because I think that would be a huge disservice, one to Edward that sent me it, but also I think that the squig off deserves a very detailed, intense paint job because
something like a faded colour slap chop effect on something that big and textured wouldn't
work, and it would be a huge disservice, one to the person who did the cast, but also the person that sent me it. It's like, no, you know, and the squig off is just on my right there. I can physically touch the box that it's in. Hello there, Gary. The squig off is there.
You are stroking your squig off right now, aren't you? You've pervert.
Yeah, sorry, Edward. I've just stroked me squig off, mate. But no, it's so I told you it'd get you. You're not laughing now. Yeah.
I've lost a head somewhere.
But I'm really looking forward to starting that. I'm still daunted by it, I'll be honest. I am still slightly, I wouldn't say intimidated. I was at first, but now I'm just daunted by it because it's one of them, innit? You want to do it justice. Sure, purely and simply out of respect. Those that don't know, Edward sent me over a squig off body.
Maybe.
To paint, and go on.
Maybe you could ease yourself into it by doing.
You're saying I need to ease myself into a squig off? I'll get arrested.
Steady. By trying a. My brain's gone. What are they called? Oh, gosh darn it! Age of Sigmar, the lizard dudes. They ride around on dinosaurs. Carnosaur. There's like the blue lizard dudes, like the one I'm doing 3 models, the bloke on the throne.
Oh, right,
I've forgotten what they're called. Some stupid name. Whatever. Some of them are ride around dinosaurs, and it might be worth getting like one of them because it's like a squig off textured skin dinosaur type stuff, but small.
Yeah.
Or printing off a model of something like that, so you can have a consequence-free way of trying out dinosaur type skin and seeing what you think.
Yeah, it's one of them. You know, I'll get into it. Don't get me wrong, but it's still that. You know what I'm like with a gift. I become obsessive. Wendy, bless her, sent me a couple of the motorbikes, didn't she? And I obsessed over the builds because when someone sent me a gift, I like to demonstrate to them that I respect that they've sent me this gift.
You want to do the best that you can.
I obsess over it to the point where I can end up almost preventing myself from starting it because I get convinced that I'm not going to do it justice. Does that make sense?
Nope.
So then I have to snap out of that and go, look, stop being a plum. Just get it painted and built. And that's what'll happen. I've got a few more things to print. And then I will start assembling her probably on the Frolic at some point in the near future. So
nice.
Because, yeah, it's got to be started. They've got a choice this year. I've got 3 projects that I need to pull my thumb out my bum. Wileck, Insane Blade, and Squig Off. So, they could be started, haven't they? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
So, have you had any thoughts about yours? Because you've obviously got one and all.
My Squig-Off. I've got my big Squig-Off, my little Squig-Off, and the unofficial non-Warhammer Squig-Off. I've got 3 of them.
Yeah, you've got Norzilla, haven't you?
Yeah. Which is actually slightly bigger than the GW's normal Squig-Off.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Yeah. I'm flip-flopping at the minute on whether... See, my big plan was to do lots of death skulls and make all my orcs death skulls, but then I started painting that truck yellow. And I'm like, actually, I quite like the yellow effect. That's quite nice.
Yeah.
I don't know yet. I don't know. So, yeah, for me, the big challenge with the Squig-Off is making it.
Yeah.
I've never done anything with epoxy, and I've never pinned anything properly, so it's like, ooh.
Oh, we'll go through that in an off-air hangout.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like proper engineering.
I mean, because I can film the assembly quite happily like I'm filming tonight, but we can do an off-air hangout so we can go through all the pinnings and that, because I know that's the one thing that you're a bit anxious about. And it's
because it's like, I'm not a big fan of the building process anyway for anything.
Yeah,
but I can deal with plastic. I can deal with plastic quite well, but resin is always a challenge to me. So it's like, but then it's only got a few parts to it. So
yeah, we can do that off-air.
I mean, the beauty of the Squig-Offs is they're organic. It's not a machine. So if you mess it up, you just get some filler in there and sculpt some texture into it. And it doesn't matter. That's why I like a lot of my Forge World stuff is orc, because if 2 panels don't quite fit together and I can't be bothered bending them, just stick some plastic card over it and put some rivets on it. Done.
Part rivets, you name it.
Yeah. I've got the Killburster tank, which is massive, and apparently it's quite a challenge to build. So that's going to be interesting. But that's going to have if none of that fits together, that'll be plastic card. It's massive. It's huge, the Killburster tank. It's twice as tall as a Baneblade, I think.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's basically just a big, massive box with a wedge on the front and then the dude at the top.
You're a big, massive box.
You've got a wedge on the front. They did two orc tanks at Forge World, and the one I've got and this other one, which is no longer in production and looks fantastic. And I want, and they don't do it anymore. And Cromlech do a crossover between a tiger tank and an orc tank, but they only produce it every now and then without warning, apparently.
Yeah. Edward says, builder in honour, Colin, not for me. Absolutely. Edward says, if I remember right, Wendy bought 1 Squig-Off for me and 1 for Fox. There you go. Edward says, I didn't even pin my head, Fox. It was just epoxy and it was fine. He also says, take care. PJ says, nighty night, Maggot and Jeff. Catch you next time. Yeah, no night, Jeff. Take care, mate. Yeah.
No, I bought my own Squig-Off. Wendy got me a bunch of Fallout minis, which I need to do. And she got me that beautiful resin bust of the sort of South American jaguar type dude. Oh, right. Yeah, I know the one, yeah. It's like a little bust of a cat dude who's a jaguar, and he's like some kind of like Aztec god or something. It's a beautiful sculpt, and I'm like, I have no idea how I would paint fur on that. It's going to be interesting to try and paint it. Yeah. It's the kind of thing that you think, I'd probably paint the texture on his fur, because he's like a jaguar. Yeah. I'd paint the things with an airbrush and get that kind of Messerschmitt mottling effect, but then it's like, oh, would I? I don't know.
Nice little posthumous build for you there, mate.
Yeah. Maybe even rack out the oil paints for that one.
Those wondering about the Panigale, I voiced it over, but I didn't think that the timing of release would be appropriate at the moment, so I'm just holding on the release just for a little while longer out of respect. But and that's the bike that Wendy got me. So
yep, she also got me like 8 million sanding sponges and sticks, which is brilliant.
Yeah,
a big collection of them.
She was a very generous lady.
She was lovely, wasn't she? She'd like send you a box of stuff.
Oh yeah,
just without warning. Look, there's a box of stuff. Cool.
Load of flory stuff that she sent, sanding stick sponges, and yeah,
I got loads of that from her. It's great, isn't it?
That's where we got our RP tools from, wasn't it? She sold us some on a mate's rates, bless her.
Well, that was brilliant because she said she had like the rivet. Wendy basically had the rivet making set and the hex nut making set. And she offered to make me some nuts, which was really nice. And then she made you some, didn't she?
Yes.
And then I says to her, we're both running a bit low, so we're going to pay you for it. But do you think you'd be able to make us some more nuts? And after a little bit, she went, you know what? I'll just sell you the rivet making tools. And we didn't really get it until we got the rivet making tools and tried making some rivets. And we're like, yeah, now I understand why she'd rather just sell us the tool than do it for us. Cause,
because the thought of making us like hundreds of rivets, bless her heart.
Again, bless her.
Yeah. Yeah. So, in case you wonder, I just thought it would be a little bit more prudent just to wait a little while and release it in a couple of weeks' time. So that's what I'm going to do, folks.
I need to go through my stash and see if there's anything else she got me, because I think it's just the Fallout figures and that dude, but I'm sure there was something else.
Yeah.
But I'm too forgetful.
I tend to mark on each box what people have sent me.
Yeah.
Purely because I am Captain Forgetful.
Yeah. I do normally, but I think there's probably a few things that I haven't. And I'm like, oh, I've forgotten now. All my sanding sponges and stuff. And it was like the little, I think it was Infini stuff. It was the Infini sticks and the little metal strips that you stick the sanding paper on. Yeah,
that's it.
Like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a set of them.
To do that. And food. She sent me food as well.
Bless her.
But she didn't she didn't chat a lot when she was in chat, but it was nice when she was in chat.
Oh, she was a very private person, wasn't she, Wendy? Very private, very unassuming. Yeah. And yeah, it's just very, very sad. It really is.
Mm-hmm. And I've still got the bluey theme in my head.
I'm not commenting. You know I want to say something, but you know I can't because you're a git. That's all I'm saying.
There are many words I want to say right now that I can't because it's not my stream.
Do it. Oh, what?
No.
You mean swears?
Yeah, like right. Things to call you. Words that would confuse our colonial cousins, I assume. I would guess.
Bless you. I know exactly what he wants to call me.
Oh.
And yeah, it's like, yeah.
Just take several of the well-known insult words and combine them into new and interesting variants.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Edward says, ew, just don't stroke its wedge.
You know, that's the one thing about the paint job that frightens me the most, is putting the pin wash in the wedge. I'm
going to do a whole episode just on painting the wedge, just for you.
Oh, you.
I'm going to spend hours painting all the little veiny bits. I'm going to order a macro lens for my iPhone.
I'm going to paint mine under the microscope.
Edward says no, she bought hers at the same time. He didn't mean that she bought me a squiggle.
Yeah.
Basically, you and Fox and Colin got me and Wendy to purchase a squiggoth. Oh, okay, so it's our fault that they got squiggoths. I accept that responsibility.
We may have encouraged him, I must admit. It was the night I got you to go in Full.Build, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's entirely your fault that I got a squiggoth in the first place and spent 700 quid in one night.
Poor Edward made a comment and we ended up getting him convinced to get one. And he was like, I've now got to explain to my wife that I've just bought this. It was like, yeah.
Yeah. PJ says, eye twitching.
Oh, bless you.
Cluzo.
Oh, bless you, PJ.
I must finish my bluey car, actually. I think I'll just film it. I think I'll just film painting it.
I've got the base to finish on it. I've got some veneer somewhere that I bought to clad the diorama base, and I've put them somewhere safe.
Ah, never see him again then.
Yeah, to the point I'm now going to order another set because I can't find. I have, well, as you know, I moved the cave round last week. I still haven't found them.
Thing is, if you order the new set, do it on PayPal, because then it guarantees you'll find the stuff you had first the moment you order it. Then you can cancel the PayPal and refund it.
No, I don't need to worry about that because I shall use them anyway, so they'll be used. Because I've got more than one to do, so it's something I'm going to be using on a regular basis.
On mine, I just need to do the blue paint details and then sort out decals for you to print for me.
My bluey car literally is at arm's length away from me, mate. It is
Mine's
next to the Harlequin. And
if I was motivated to do so, I could put it on camera within seconds and PJ would fall over, but I won't. I'll be nice to PJ for the moment.
Yeah, I couldn't do that to PJ because he was really kind and gave both me and you a lovely shout out on their live stream tonight, as did the team. So lovely. I'm going to be kind and respectful. Only for tonight, Thank PJ. Bluey Car might make an appearance on another live stream. But no,
thank you for the shout out.
The Modelers Friday night show, they gave us a lovely shout out this evening.
Oh, nice.
So if you haven't watched their stream, folks, can you go back and give them a view, because it was very nice. I only went in and said hello because I thought it was
checks in the post
polite to do, and yeah, they all gave me a nice shout out. Even Dan Croak did, considering that I accused him of wearing a beard net.
Well, you can't argue with a beard like that, can you?
Oh. And he's about 7 foot 11 to 12 tall as well, so
yeah. I mean, you could argue with a beard like that, but you'd have to find the mouth first.
Yeah. So, see, I don't think he grew his beard to copy ZZ Top. I think they copied him.
I don't think he grew his beard. I think his beard grew him.
Yeah. He's got the Chuck Norris of beards, mate.
I tend to let my beard grow for a couple of months.
Yeah.
Until I get sick of looking like a hobo when I have to go to the chemist or something. So I shaved it the other day, and I've got to tell you, it's that moment when you go from when you know that you can brush your teeth and have a dry face within 10 seconds rather than 5 minutes of just constantly trying to tell your face dry because the beard never dries.
Yeah, I keep my goatee pretty short and trimmed now, and I did it just before we went live tonight because I knew we was doing face to cam, and I didn't have enough charge in me shave to do my head, so I just did the beard instead.
See, I would if I wasn't lazy. See, what I do at the minute is, if I want to have a proper shave, I have a proper shave.
Yeah.
But before I do the proper shave, I get my hair trimmers and just give it a number one, or take the clip off and just bare clippers on my face to trim the beard down, and then I properly shave it.
Yeah.
Because I tell you, nothing worse than trying to have a shave with a razor when you've got a full fluffy beard, because it's an absolute nightmare.
That's right.
It's just it's trying to cut down a tree with a kitchen knife. It's just no. Get rid of all the big stuff first, and then just get it down to stubble, and then you go in with the hard equipment.
Yeah.
But mine is finished, says Edward about his squiggle.
I know, and bless you, you must be getting fed up with the wait, because it's been a while that we've kept you waiting for these squiggles. So we will do them, Edward.
Yeah, but it does mean we can
dedicated just to you, mate.
But it does mean we can do our Solid Snake impressions and say, "Kept you waiting, huh?"
Yeah, there is that.
Yep. Metal Gear.
I'll make a concerted effort to design the last couple of bits I want from the Howder and get it all done and dusted. Well, get it assembled off air and on a turntable, then I can just bring it onto the show every now and then, do a bit on it, because it's not going to be a 5-minute build. It's going to be a labour of love, isn't it?
So the tricky thing for me is at the minute, I'm so stuck for, as people know, my channel's kind of on hold at the minute and doing filming stuff just because of, real life stuff. So it's And I'm getting to the end of my stash of plastic kit, so right in front of me is like all my stash of resin stuff, which is fine because I wouldn't want to film building the resin stuff anyway because I need to concentrate on building the resin stuff. So at least I know while I'm not really in a position to do lots of filming and stuff at the minute, at least I can get all my resin stuff built and out of the way, and that way when I get back to filming I've got stuff to paint then, and I can...
And that's why I film when we're doing lives, because it makes me filming content then, and I can edit it into, because I've got a section on the channel for the Warhammer painting, and I can put all of those on there, you know, so...
Yeah. Is that your Hibbs warning?
Yeah, I'm just going to mute for a second, ring her, because
Okay.
I haven't heard her yet.
LWM says, I did a trim the other night when I got a mouthful of whiskers as I tried to eat dinner. Yes. It's when you get to the point where you pick up a really sloppy cheeseburger, like a really messy Big Mac or something, and you take a bite, and then you've got 5 minutes of trying to get all the glink out of your beard out your moustache with a tissue, and it's just every mouthful you've got to do that, and it's like, I need to trim this because it's a pain in the backside. There's nothing worse than that. It's weird though, because I realised the other day, I've actually, as soon as I left school, it must have been maybe within a year of leaving school, I grew my first beard, sort of beard, goatee, Van Dyke, whatever you want to call it, and I've never got rid of it, save for I think like once. I maybe had it for about 3 or 4 months, so I didn't have one. But it's like I can't see myself without a beard now. It's just not natural. It's not right. I don't like having a big scruffy hobo beard, but I like being lazy enough that I don't shave. But yeah, it's a challenge. But I'm not one of these people that spends like £500 a month on beard grooming products. No, I just have a wash and that's it. I'm none of this special beard combs and beard juices and gels and all that poncy nonsense.
What Fox likes is a nice shaped beard that mirrors the shape of his jawline 4 inches from his face. That's what you like, isn't it, mate?
It's people where like the head stops and the beard carries on for a foot and it's like a square jaw. It's like, no, you look like a spoon. Stop it. No. It's men that spend more time looking after their beard than their wife does sorting her hair out. It's like, no, that's not the natural order of things. Have a wash, and then you go outside.
Fox does like a nice shaped beard.
No, I do not. I do not. I deny all of these facts that you're putting out as facts.
It's your pet hate, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like, if you spend longer sorting your beard out than I do having an entire full wash and toothbrush and everything else, then, I'm not going to take you seriously. Unless... it's just you've got such a big, regular beard.
The last time Fox shaved, that was his beard.
Don't even show me that picture ever again.
And yes, folks, the reason I keep that is every now and then, when Fox has been a diva, in the early hours of the morning, his phone will ding. And he gets sent that. And the language I get back from him is quite funny.
You're a horrible person.
I am, aren't I?
I don't like you anymore. That's great. That arm doesn't fit.
Have you found your dye yet?
No, I'm not looking. Wow, they give you an arm that actually completely doesn't fit. Cool.
I reckon your dye is in the same place as my shade.
What, in the dark, deep ether?
Yeah.
It's disappeared into the wormhole in the floor, and basically there's some guy in Japan who's got a little tiny workbench in his bedroom, and he's got a little gumpler that he's building, and suddenly a pot of shade and a dye have just appeared on his bench, and he's like, what?
Yeah, it's like, oh.
What's that all about?
Talking of Japan, there is a road trip currently going on in Japan, isn't there?
Oh, yes. Yes, Pete Mate will be on his way to Japan. If not already, he will be by Monday.
Yeah. The fault of Pete in Japan trying to navigate their tube and train system.
Or if he's driving, trying to navigate.
Where do you think he's going to end up?
Probably not Japan, if I had to put money.
Well, luckily, they drive on the correct side of the road, don't they? So
yeah. Yeah.
But this is Pete, mate. This is the bloke who gets lost in, within a mile of the shop. So the thought of him in Japan is quite scary, to be honest with you.
He's all right if he's on his 3.5 foot yacht, because he knows where he's going with that, round, Stoke Yacht Club.
Yeah.
Give him a 3 foot.
Is Mrs. Pete with him?
I don't know, but I'll tell you what's really funny is, I was speaking to James, mate, and we were talking about this, and he says it's really frustrating. He says because I want to go. He said, but I can't.
Yeah.
I said, why not? He said, because he said the factory. There's like a tour. You can do a tour of a place. Yeah. And they only do it 1 day a year.
Yeah.
1 day every year that you can do a tour of a specific place. I'm not going to say what, and he says, and on that exact day, my sister's getting married. He said, so I can't go.
Yeah.
And I said, your sister gets married, your sister will be divorced within 6 months. Don't worry, but just go anyway.
Cancel the wedding. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, I wish. So James is gutted that he can't go.
Yeah. I still got this image of Pete turning up somewhere other than where he should be.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. He's going to get lost unless Mrs. Pete Mate's with him. If Mrs. Pete Mate is there, then our fears are unfounded. But
yeah, because it'd be like you having Hibbs with you. She'd make sure everything happened correctly.
Yeah. Too many things are aligning against him if he's on his own.
Yes, I'm very jealous because I'd love to go to Japan, but I wouldn't be able to go to Japan on my own like that. I'd have to have someone with me who'd be responsible enough to actually, figure stuff out, because I just want to look at things and go, ooh, all the time.
It would be lovely, wouldn't it? Imagine us two loose in Japan. Come on.
Oh, I can, and I am.
Because where's that big Gundam place? Yeah, that's where we'd end up as well. So.
Oh, the Gundam factory, the Gundam factory place, if it's still there.
Yeah, and the big epic Gundam, the Mahusive one, it'd be like that big Gundam Fox.
That's the what was the Gundam thingy? Gundam. I don't think it's there anymore now. I think the Gundam's still there, unless they've taken it down. The one that moved, they've actually taken down now. They decommissioned it.
Oh, really? That's gone.
It was only there. For a few years. It was only supposed to last a few years.
Oh,
really? It's a bit. Yeah,
it's a bit lame, isn't it?
Because the only one they've got now, I think, is the big Unicorn Gundam, which is nice, but it's not the RX-78 too.
Want a bit of that?
Right, you are going to have a head looking to the right, I think.
We'll have that. What's the Harry line? Go to R3, mate, if that's all right. Fox,
Yep, I'm good. Yeah, go till you're comfortable.
Yeah, and that'll let me have me dinner and go and watch cars go round in circles, because I've not watched no F1 this week yet. So,
well, I shall, when we've finished, I shall go and have, because we now have beans, I shall go and have myself a tin of... Oh, well, you forgot to tell you, by the way, when he was eating his beans and sausage, he was eating it from the tin.
Yeah.
It was just open the tin, fork. Yeah, so when we finished... Yeah, so when we've finished, I shall set myself down with a tin of Heinz beans, a Mattison's bendy sausage straight from the fridge, chopped up into little bits, a spoon, and the final episode, or the final episode of Bad Batch, Star Wars Bad Batch.
Oh, right, yeah.
Which is brilliant. This last season's been fantastic.
Well, I've got a dozen tins of beans now because she's been out and got me more. But I've also got ravioli. Oh, mate.
Ravioli.
All the student food imaginable.
Oh.
So, yeah.
I'm having bean thoughts.
It's like anything, I eat little and often, as you know, and for the diabetes side of things, and they're perfect because you can have a quick boost. Boom, I have my pedals that I use that are underneath me seat, so I can do a bit of burning off of excess thing if I go a bit too high,
Yep.
And I just sit there having blokey food every evening. It's great.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
But I mock him, see. I go, you still up? Yeah. What are you doing? I'm just about to eat this. Bang. And he's like, damn it, I've got nothing in my cupboards. And he goes food hunting then. It's like, what you got? What you got? What you got? But
the thing is, right, and it sounds really gross, but it is very strange that just when it's like 3 or 4 in the morning, because I know none of you guys watching are probably like me and Colin. We're weird. And I go to bed at 5 in the morning and wake up at 1 in the afternoon. But It gets to 4 a.m, and I think I want something to eat. So I go downstairs, and it's like I could have many things, but I really can't be bothered making anything, even a sandwich. I need no construction. I need to put it on a plate, go upstairs, and put it into my face.
Yeah.
So I could have some muesli, which I quite like muesli, but it's like, but that requires some preparation. Whereas I can just get a tin of beans. Gone. No questions asked.
Normally I just get a message. You still up? You still up? Yeah, of course I'm still up. So unlike Fox, like, you know, I don't have a sleep pattern. I just go to bed when the body stops working.
You just have a sleep. You have a sleep suggestion, don't you? It's not really a pattern, is it?
You know, maybe every couple of days I'll have a bit of kit, but normally it's like a little 2-3 hour burst, and then I'm back up again, and it's very weird. But so I keep myself sustained with pretty much bad food, innit? But it's like, So I'll just say to him, "Oh, I've just finished doing this. I'm going on a raid in the kitchen." A blokey food raid, and it's all what you got, and then I start sending him the choices I've got, and he's like, "You have got all the blokey food that anyone could ever want." It's like,
Every now and then I'll think, remember something in the kitchen. I can go, "Oh, that's really exciting," and then I sit there and think, but a few hundred miles away, Colin sat there with a kitchen full of ping burgers, and then I just get sad. I don't have any. Although.
The Rustler's Burgers is the one, in it.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm having this, and he's like, "I really hate you with all of my brain folds."
Yeah, but to be fair, I do have a freezer full of massive Cornish pasties, which only take 45 minutes to do in the oven.
Yeah, it's too long for me, and it would involve me being allowed to use the oven, mate.
Yeah.
See, this is what you got to realise. I have to have an appliance-free cooking system.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to microwave the beans. Obviously, I have to send a picture to prove to her that I've taken them out of the tin.
Yeah.
But the blokey food wins every time. But she's like, it's good for me in a way, or good for her, because I would otherwise sit there just eating packets of crisps and all the junk food. So, you know, at least she knows I'm having something, you know. And
so, see, to me, I look at those Cornish pasties. I think, well, that's 45 minutes, which is one episode of NCIS. So I can start the cooking, watch an episode.
I like thinking.
Yeah, watch an episode, come downstairs, come upstairs, put the food in my face while I watch the second episode.
So you've got an official NCIS cooking timer. I'm proud of you, soldier.
Yeah.
I am proud of that.
Yeah.
Where's that go?
It's about 45 minutes, isn't it?
That goes in there, doesn't it? Of course it does, Cole. Thank you for a fanny.
That goes in there, so like that. Incidentally, by the way, if you've never watched it and you have Disney Plus, I do recommend at least the current third, I think, final season of Star Wars Bad Batch. For one reason specifically, it's a great reference for miniature painting. Because it has a slightly it's obviously animated. It's not real. It's not live action, but it's got this style that I can only describe as very stylized, but also kind of almost like a sort of painted aesthetic.
Yeah.
So like they've got their armor and it's all battered and weathered, and it looks like somebody's like painted it in with marker pens, and it's a really pleasing aesthetic. And you look at it and think, I could paint that. It looks painted. It looks painty, and it's like, ooh, you get so many weathering ideas. So it's quite a good source for inspiration for like down and dirty kind of weathered stuff. It's also very good. Anyway, very good stories.
Absolutely.
But yeah, no, it's a very interesting aesthetic. Like the Clone Wars stuff was interesting, but not that weathered. But this stuff is like, they've gone into using like realistic lighting now and everything, and it just looks fantastic. So the weathering on the armor and the ships and stuff is like,
oh right,
it's almost like we were saying before. It's a bit like it's a bit like they've used glazes and stuff for some of the colours, but it just works.
Yeah,
it's very interesting art style. It looks miniaturely painted. Good reference for people. Go watch it. You know it makes sense.
Absolutely. And of course, you know, everything you recommend for me to watch, I go and do it avidly.
Of course you do. Yeah, yeah.
Almost convinced myself then.
Yeah. I know you've watched at least one episode of Bluey, so that's a start.
Yeah, I've done one episode.
Yeah. I can only grow a beard for 2 months, then it irritates the bejesus out of me, says Vamp. Holy beard, he says, in reaction to that chump with the big square nonsense.
Yeah.
That you posted up.
Yeah, that's my wind Fox up mercilessly photo, that is.
It's the kind of thing that if I met that guy in real life, I'd just stand there and point and laugh. He might beat me up, but I'd still point and laugh at him regardless.
Because you had the Wibble to die for about it. So I Googled these beards and that was it. I had a whole photo album of them once that I sent to him, but he was like, dude, every brain fold I've got is hating on you for that.
Mm-hmm.
But that one's just too good to delete. It's like, yeah, that's my get out of jail free card.
You ever get run over by a bus and they're going through your phone to get all your details and stuff? They'd be like, why has he got like
this photograph of a man with a beard?
Yeah, why has he got like 500 beard photographs on his phone?
Yeah. It's any consolation that the photo is named as Foxwolf, just saying. So they'll think it's you.
Deep joy and gratitude.
That's right, mate.
It always reminds me of my chuddy neighbour next door, but one that I can't stand as well, which makes me angry. So, with the stupid yappy dog and their nonsense.
Oh, I was waiting for the dog.
They've got one of those driveways where
have an unhealthy hatred for that dog, I must admit.
Well, yeah, you'd live next door to but one to it, you'd hate it. They've also got one of the things where, you know, you take a beautiful front garden. They moved in the house. They took this beautiful front garden and they completely demolished it.
No.
And instead of, and it wasn't just a case of covering it up with flagstones. Oh, no. What they did was they did that equally Ponzi thing where they cover it up with lots of gravel. Big, massive, chunky gravel.
Oh.
So when you walk past their house, there's just, the pavement is just like full of caltrops of gravel everywhere. I mean, big chunks of gravel. It's like, why don't you just flag it? Do you have to be that pretentious? Because it never stays there. As soon as they drive the car out, half of it goes down the pavement. It's like, really? And they've still got that yappy dog, and it's like, is it not dead yet? Come on now.
This dog is going to be the longest living dog. It's going to have an entry in the Guinness records, mate, honestly.
Yeah. It has got better in its older age. And it's not the dog's fault. Don't get me wrong. It's not the dog's fault at all. It's the owners who never tell it to shut up. Because it's like, you know, if I had a dog and it was in my back garden going bark, 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 I'd be out there telling, because it would annoy me as much as everybody else. So how they cannot be annoyed by their own dog? I mean, they are morons, so clearly.
Bad to know it don't get to you, mate.
No, for the moment, you know, I wait for the day when they decide to move out and go somewhere else.
Do you know something? They'll probably leave it in your garden.
Yeah, I was actually in the garden once and it appeared in my garden because there's a little gap at the back of the fence and it ran through all the gardens and looked at me, went bleh, and then ran off again. It's a cute little dog. It's just, it's not the dog's fault. It's just they never tell it to shut up. So it just sits there barking all day in the garden while they're in the garden with it.
Betsy says, I got an air fryer this week and I've been using it so much. It's much quicker and much better. Helen's got an air fryer, but I have been told under no circumstances am I even allowed to look at it.
Exactly. We've had one for years. You just bang. It's great. Bang the chips in. 12 minutes, done.
Yeah.
No fat, no oil. I do need to clean it out at some point. It's a bit minging, but hey.
Yeah. But, yeah. If I walk too slowly through the kitchen, I get accused of lingering and lurking, and the tea towel is applied deftly to my right butt cheek. Oi, fat boy, get a move on, keep walking. There's the man cave.
Don't you dare linger longer.
Because she says to me, you shouldn't be in the kitchen. I go, well, I've got to go through the kitchen to get the man cave. Do you know what she said when I moved the man cave round? Can't we get someone in to knock a door in that end so that you can just go in there from the hallway? You don't have to go into the kitchen. Damn it. She thinks of everything, doesn't she? I was like, really?
She basically, anything that can get you in your little quiet space faster without access to her stuff.
Yeah, pretty much.
She'd be more than happy for.
Comes to something, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But she's got her reasons, I suppose.
Yeah, and pretty much the reason's you, I think. She's got her reasons, and that's me.
Yeah. It's funny, she's out of her sister on Sunday going into London to the Churchill Museum, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And her sister messaged me and says, you do realise if you go in her kitchen, you will be killed. And I was like, yeah, I know. I haven't got her telling me now.
You're like, you think I've not figured that out over the last 30 years?
Yeah, it's like, really? Yeah. Cow will be popping through to see you. I went, yeah. Mock me as well. Why don't you?
You know what's going to make me laugh though is like one day in the future when like Cal's moved out and it's just you and H, and he'll still turn up. He'll still turn up he'll still whenever she's not there. He'll turn up. Oh, you're right.
Cal is the one that's moved out. He comes all the way from his place. That's right. Lex still lives with us, but yeah,
that's right.
But yeah. It is quite funny. It's like, really? Her and her sister are like a younger version of my mum and Winnie. That's all I'm saying.
I was actually going to ask that. When you said she's meeting up with, I was like, is this going to be like a your mum and Winnie scenario?
Yeah, you know, I mean, yeah, they are the Anadin sisters, yeah.
slightly more legal versions of your mum and Winnie.
Yeah.
Slightly more legal.
Yeah. H is her sister's slightly magnetic, but it's like how I worded that. Yeah.
She got a bit of Action Man Ninja grip going on.
Yeah, she can be very confrontational as well. She's very if something's got to her, that's it. She just goes into one. It is hilarious to watch. I don't help because I go, oh, it's got her lip out. Ooh.
Yeah, it's always the good thing to say. Ooh.
Yeah, and then I'm going to go and walk over there now because she's stared at me a bit too long now. Yeah. But it's quite funny. They are funny called together. Like a little pair of laughing hyenas. They see something, that's it. It's in their head for the day. And it gives them the giggles, you know. But they are avid people watchers, but they're very brutal people watchers.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
No prisoners.
Yeah, and it can be, yeah.
I don't know.
I know. So, yeah, I shall be happily doing the Sunday show and that, and then just...
Pressing no buttons?
Pressing no buttons. I'll go and watch the F1 in the evening and stay there, being attentive until she comes in.
So it's basically an 8-hour stream on Sunday, folks, because he's not allowed out of that room. He'll be locked in.
She once said she would put a time lock on the man cave to stop me. Because when I changed the door before the paint rack went in, she wanted to put a serving hatch in there so she could just pass me dinner, drinks. She said, we could put a commode out there. I was like, really? She said, at least I could go out and not worry about me kitchen.
The police would be like, how did your husband starve to death while you were away? Well, I locked him in his room so he couldn't go in my kitchen. Oh, okay, that's fair enough.
I forgot I was going away for the week. Yeah. But
what she'll do.
I get brave. This is the problem, see. I think, right, I'm home alone. I can go out and press all the buttons, right? So I go out and do it. I sit down and I'm like, see, that'll teach her, won't it? And then I go, damn it, did I put them all back where they were? So I frantically end up going back out there.
You spend the next 2 days while she's away panicking that you forgot to do it.
Yeah, so...
You said brave.
Yeah, I'm not.
Was that the right word?
No, it wasn't, was it? Poor choice of words there, mate, wasn't it? Bless. I feel brave at the time, but then all of a sudden that normality bit kicks in, doesn't it, and goes, yeah, she's going to find out, mate. Come on. I've even gone upstairs before to go to bed, and I'm like, did I make sure that cooker dial was back where it should be? Yeah, and then you've got to come back down to check, ain't you? Because,
See, this reminds me when I was at secondary school, and I used to hate school, so I'd skive, basically. Every now and then I'd just skive a day off school. Mum and Dad would go out to work, whatever. And I'd stay at home, but because I thought the first thing that would happen is the school would phone and ask where I was. If my dad or mum was in, I'd unplug the phone
Oh,
like take the
right,
phone out
yeah.
the socket, so that mum and dad didn't realise, but the school couldn't call and say, "Where is your son today?"
Yeah.
But what I'd do then is just spend the whole day stressing that I was skiving a day off school. So it's a bit like you could just not press the buttons and have a great day, but you have to press the buttons and then spend all day worrying that you press the button.
The one I had was my mum was in the Arndale shopping centre. This was when she lived up in Wandsworth.
Mm.
And who comes along? My then tutor. Hello,
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Joan. How's it going? Hello, love. All right, yeah. How's your Colin getting on this? She says. How's his broken leg healing? My mum's like, broken leg? He ain't got a broken leg. Oh, he's not been at school for 6 weeks. Apparently, he's got a broken leg. Yeah, I had forged a letter from my mum to the school saying I had a badly broken leg and wouldn't be able to attend. Yeah. No.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Consequences were inbound.
Yeah, she come through that front door like an Exocet missile. Oi, you. What's up, Mum? So this broken leg you've got, I was like,
Dope. Oh, crap.
Oh, right. Yeah. 6 weeks I had blank, mate. I was so proud of myself.
Yep.
Because I was getting up, I was going out in uniform, waiting until she walked past to get the bus to go to her job. And then, yeah, getting changed. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we're young and we do that kind of stuff, but then we just sit there.
Do you know what her answer was?
Break your leg?
No. She walked me to school and handed me over at the school gate.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, the shame. The shame.
Being handed over by your mum at that age, any teenage age.
A 14-year-old Festa being handed over at the school gate by his mum. Dude. Oh, brutal.
Yeah, you had to leave that school then, didn't you? Go somewhere else.
Yeah, because it was next term I ended up at the Orphans. Yeah. But yeah, it was, yeah.
It's a shame of going, yeah.
Yeah. Perfect answer, though, wouldn't it?
That seemed to shut you up.
It did. But I thought, well, the best way of getting out of it is just to get expelled, isn't it? So that's what I did.
See, if it was me, I would have learned the wrong lesson. I would have been like, right, the lesson I've learned here is that the teachers must not ever meet my mum so that they can never accidentally meet up with her in the shopping centre and know who she is. I must never let my parents go to Parents' Day so they never know.
Oh, they all knew her because she spent so much time up the office getting me, collecting me because I'd been sent to the headmasters for whatever.
Oh, no.
She was on first name terms with him, like, you know, and it's like, yeah, well, I've come to get him. Yeah, come on. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Bless her. And of course, when I was trying to educate my sons on behaving at school, they had that infamous thing with me mum. Come and sit outside with your nan for a bit.
Oh, yeah.
She spilt the beans on everything I got up to. So, of course, you can imagine then, you know, the boys knew, didn't they? They had the ammo. Yeah. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, everything you said to them was like, you mean like
why
you didn't
telling
do
us that? We heard about your broken leg, or we heard about this, or the woodwork shop, and yeah. Like, cheers, Mum.
Yeah. Credibility gone.
What goes
like,
round, comes round.
Darn it.
But no, they was reasonably good. They had their moments.
Yeah.
But no, I was pretty lucky with my two, really, with the school. Cal had his moments, but he soon grew out. He soon grew out of it.
I was fairly boring as a school child. I didn't really do anything.
When he realised he had incurred the wrath of H, yeah, it'd be like, yeah.
Yeah.
They realised, Cal, what? Your mother's been informed. Oh, no. Yeah. You're on your own there, son. Because if I defend you, I'll be in the doghouse, and I'm not going in the doghouse for you.
Yeah, and he's like, I can't help you, son, because if I say anything, I'll be a hypocrite. So just listen to your mother.
Yeah, no, remember that conversation you had with your nan? Yeah, now you know why I'm not defending you against your mother.
I'm not that stupid.
Yeah, once bitten.
Yes, like, she might be your mum. She's my wife. You're under the bus, son. See ya.
Yeah,
Bye.
It wasn't often with him, I must admit.
No.
When he did do something, he did it in epic style. A part of me wanted to run up and high five him. You know what I mean? But I couldn't. That would have been
the wrong thing.
Yeah, I couldn't. But deep down, he'd get his rollicking off of H, and he'd look at me and he'd see the glint. He goes, deep down inside, Dad, I know you're proud. I go, oh, yes, son, I know. But yeah. I go, don't get caught, Cal. Come on. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not parenting advice. Whatever you do, don't get caught.
Yeah, but it's just like,
H is like, no, that's not, no.
Yeah. Bless him. But it's funny when he recounts some of the shenanigans. I'm like, that is good. That's crafty. I knew you was up to something, but mate, that is epic. And she'll still rollick him even now. You know, she goes, oh, yeah, blow. He goes, Mum, I've left school 20 years ago. 10 years ago, should I say. But yeah, you know. So it is funny. But yeah, I wasn't particularly good at giving parental advice for schools because, yeah.
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 I would be rubbish. I say I'd be useless as a parent, I think, anyway. But my school career was nowhere near as exciting.
No, I wouldn't have been able to give him that roasting because I'd done half the silly things myself.
Yeah.
So, you know, I would go to the parents' evening, and if it wasn't going particularly well because the teenage defiance was kicking in, I would just say to the teacher, well, yeah, just tell the wife, love, because I'm not, you know, the right person. I said, because I was a git at school. I said, so, yeah. I said, I want them to do right. I said, so talk to her. She'll sort them out.
Yeah, don't tell me.
And that's what they did. And, you know, I just go, yeah, I'll deal with that. And I go, it's not that I don't want to deal with it, but I would feel I would have been critical because I'd done worse. So yeah, it's a pointless exercise, wasn't it?
Yeah. We learn by doing, but
yeah,
sometimes we don't.
Exactly. My mum's answer was always, he's never mixed well with others. It's like, good old mum.
When I was at school, I was like the kid that would get bullied, but somehow managed to not get bullied. I don't know how, but I would. If anybody else being me at that school doing what I did would have got bullied, but somehow managed to avoid it.
I got bullied for a term and it stopped.
Yeah,
and I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I mean, for some reason, I managed to avoid it, and the kids in the class who were the ones that did the bullying sort of left me alone.
Yeah,
but I did all my little silly drawings, animal drawings and stuff, and they kind of seemed to for some reason keep me untouched.
Yeah, well, humour, I was the boy that did this. Is always a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I was the boy that did the cool drawings, so they kind of didn't have a go at me. But for the grace of God, as the phrase goes.
Yeah, like I say, I had it for a term and it just ended.
Yep.
I may have lost my temper, but
yeah, enough said.
Got left alone after that.
Oh yeah.
I got in trouble for losing my temper.
Mm.
But, yeah, one of them. I think it's always a thing, isn't it? There's always going to be a bully somewhere, always.
Yeah.
You know?
The thing is, though, it's like I look back on it now, and it's like I hated school when I was at secondary school. When I was there, I hated it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be at home doing whatever I was doing and not having to go to school every day and get up early. But it's like looking back on it. If I was to go back now, I'd be like, you know what? It's only 6 hours. It's only a 6-7 hour day. It's not that long, and it's some of it's kind of interesting. Just the food was good. Just enjoy it.
Yeah, it's one of them, innit?
Of course, I don't think I'd be happy wearing all the 80s clothes again, but hey. But yeah, it's like weird looking back on it. If I had to go and do it again, it wouldn't be quite as bad, perhaps.
No, it's a strange one, isn't it? It's. I don't miss it. I didn't enjoy it, and yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? And it wasn't their fault. It was just not for me, I'm afraid. And I did anything and everything to rebel and cause an issue so that I didn't have to be there. And it's not the answer, don't get me wrong, but as a young kid, you don't know that, do you? You know, you just...
No, you're too stupid to know that as a kid.
Didn't have the greatest of examples set, did I? So...
No.
It was one of those, so... Yeah, if I had me time over again, then yeah, I would have tried to have been different, but I don't know. One of them, innit?
Right. Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Exactly that, mate.
Well, I've got 2 guys left to do, and I've not got enough little pauldrons. That's not good.
That's because you lost that die, isn't it?
Yeah, it's messed up my juju.
It's the revenge of the die.
Each dude has a set of pauldrons on his shoulder, and
yeah,
I'm missing 1 pair.
You've not got any greebles?
No, there's none left. I'm going to check the sprues in a minute, but
yeah,
I can only assume that they've at some point been pinged onto the carpet somewhere.
Carpet monsters struck again, mate. You know where they're going to be. They're going to be next to that. Yeah.
Yeah, shut up. So, so I'll go through the sprues and have a look, but I don't think I've got any unused pauldrons. It's a bit of a bugger because it's part of the uniform you can't really avoid.
Oh, it sticks out like a blind cobbler's thumb, does it?
Yeah, it's like Death Guard do with no pauldrons would be dead obvious.
Yeah, it's a bit like a Krieg without a gas mask, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it would be not correct. Let's have a look and see what...
Oh, mate, I found some STL files of a Krieg pug wearing a Deathcore gas mask.
Yeah, you sent me one.
Oh, I sent you them already? Oh, right, yeah. I knew I'd printed them. I couldn't remember whether I sent you them or not.
Yeah, you printed out that, and I think you printed out that and the chicken.
That was it, yeah.
Deathcore chicken.
Oh, so I did send you them, yeah. I thought, Fox would like them. It's like...
Yeah.
How are we doing?
And he's got them painted up.
I shall clean my brushes and then get ready to do a wrap-up.
1 spare pauldron.
Still don't know what that bloody shade was.
Ah, found another one, yes. It's not quite the right pauldron, but you know what it'll do in a pinch.
Is it that one in the wrong place? It's not that one in the wrong place.
I can tell you now that the Bluey theme tune is no longer in my head.
What's in your head?
However, for no reason I can actually ascertain, at the moment, I've got the theme from Brookside in my head.
No, shame on you.
Yeah, but like not the full theme, but just it's the advert break sting.
No,
I don't know why. I don't know. It's just I don't understand my brain. I'm not a brain scientist.
I'm demoting you now from being a GNU for a week because there is shame and there's epic shame, and you've just earned epic shameness.
Yeah,
mate. Let's clean that brush.
Gentlemen, clean your brushes.
Cleaned the filbert.
Right. I found some spare pauldrons. They're not actually the right pauldrons, but they'll do.
Absolutely.
They're the right shape, and I don't care. How rebellious was that? Ooh.
Mate, I'm mightily impressed with your rebelliousness tonight. You've been quite a defiant little GNU tonight.
I know. I've been GNUing all over the place.
I'm so proud of you, you know.
been debating whether I should change my channel name.
God, ain't that
I don't know.
ironic? I was going to rebrand me channel, and I was going to ask you about it, and I thought,
Really?
is it the wrong time to do it? Would people be confused by it? I've got Christ knows how many stickers and things like that with that brand on it, but I just fancied a change.
Yeah, I
Both
just found myself
logo
thinking,
and name.
yeah, less of the guru bit and just something else. But I don't know.
Hopefully that's not because I mock you, because...
No. I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, something different. But I don't know. I mean, I've got... Maybe I couldn't really make a joke out of it, like model making GNU would be quite funny, but then I'd have to get rid of the Fox character and have a GNU character. That wouldn't really work.
I thought you already had model making GNU.
Well, I have. You can have multiple channels. I can. Yeah, that's the other thing is if I use that, I'd have to dump the existing channel because I've already got the model making GNU, so that wouldn't really work. I could just change the name, but I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, I was umming and ahhing about it. Then I thought, yeah, you know, I've got all these stickers. I've got, you know, the people know the brand, but I just thought the whole Festa 67's workshop too long, shorten it up and just, you know. But I don't know.
Same with me. It's like model making guru is like I like it, and it's purely that because it was put together in the days when the .guru thing the domain first appeared.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
it's the entire point for it. But now it's like, not really a guru, and you know I'm not that good, and it's long.
Yeah,
I could do with something more punchy.
That's it. You know, I mean, you know, I don't know. I just and ahed over it. Do I just change it down to Festa's models? Do I? Yeah, I honestly don't know. But
yeah,
I was just thinking. You know, I go through. You know me well enough. Every now and then I go through this sweep with a broom thing with the channel, and I'm at that stage now of do I just do away with the whole Festa 67's workshop brand? I just call it Festa's Models or Festa's Builds. I don't know.
Yeah. Interesting that we both thought about the same thing at the same time.
I mean, Festa's always been my nickname since year dot, but or do I just go for a completely non-generic channel name? I don't know, a single phrase. I don't. Yeah,
but then I suppose the risk is then how do you make sure you don't just go for a model making related channel name that's so bland and like everybody else's?
Yeah, and this is the thing. And people know the name of the channel and know the brand and who you are, and then if you suddenly push it all away. Yes, I don't know, but I'm umming and ahhing because I go through this every now and then where I get fed up with the channel and I need to change something about it. And
yeah, I'm the same. I think it wouldn't really make too much of a difference, you know, because you let your existing followers and things know anyway, just when you do it.
Yeah, it's just one of them, isn't it? But I mean, when I named that, it's obviously my nickname, the year I was born, and I always had the workshop. So I was known for, you know, it was, people were going down to the trike shops, we're going down to Festa's workshop. Because it just stuck with me. And at the time I did it, that name had been taken, so I threw the 67 in. So,
yeah.
And that's the only reason I did it. And yet, ever since, I've gone everywhere on YouTube and Googled. I've never found a person that had the username.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. But it's funny, isn't it? How coincidental. Yeah.
Yeah, both having the same sorts of thoughts.
So I don't know. Will I, won't I? Probably yes, because I've been umming about it now for quite a while. But
yeah. I mean, you like to, like you say, you like to do your clean house thing every now and then anyway, so...
Yeah, I just get a bit
nothing
bored.
else, it's just part of that.
Yeah, and I like to try to just change things up. It's pointless, it's unnecessary, but it's just me.
Yeah, I mean, things rebrand all the time.
Yeah, you know, that could be something as simple as changing names of live streams, which we've done many times over the years. Or I'll change the artwork, or I change this, or I change that, and...
I mean, if it doesn't change where people go to get to the same content, then they're not going to bother if the name changes.
This is it. I mean, you know, my YouTube name at Festa67, or do I just call it Festa67, the channel? I don't know. Yeah. I'm mulling something. I'm not sure what. But I get an itch that needs dealing with, doesn't it? And
yeah. So in 6 months' time, remember, you'll be watching Captain Fantastical's Plastic Emporium.
You know, so, yeah, it's just, yeah. Edward's got a good one there, Festa's World.
Festa's World.
It's got a ring to it, isn't it?
Festa's World.
Bill says, when I changed from legwork media to LWM, it got around the people that knew me really quickly. Yeah, it's good to have, yeah. Yeah, it's good to know, because I don't know what it is. Every now and then I go through this and I think, oh. And then I move away from it, and then I'm like, do you know something? It keeps coming back to me that just shorten the channel name a bit, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just on a feasibility scale, if I was to say, decide like tomorrow that my channel is now going to be called, you know, I don't know, whatever, just random name, then all I'd do is I'd just do a social media post on all the regular channels that I use, change all the banners and names on there, and that would be it. And people who already follow me, just they'd see the post, see the name change, and just take it from there, basically. So
yeah.
It's not like I'd have to change the website. You can do redirects and stuff.
Edward says there's only one Festa style. If you don't realise this by now, you have your own style of art. Absolutely. Retro says, fantastical fine. I lost it. Ramp says, how about Festa's model addiction? I kind of want to shorten my brand down a bit.
Yeah, it's about having the shortest name possible. We both suffer from long names.
Yeah, I mean, I'm currently doing all the intros for all the live shows and things, because I went through a stage where I used to have really long intros, and I've got rid of a lot of that, but I'm still not happy, so I'm playing around with different stuff and formula, format, you know, just to, you know, speed things up a bit.
Yeah, it's simple things like, you look at your name and you say, well, if somebody was in a YouTube chat and they want to get my attention,
yeah,
are they going to start typing at model making and just get bored halfway through and give up?
Yeah, it's like, you know, if someone's searching for your channel or your content, bang, what do they want to type into that search engine, SEO, innit, and all of that lot, and you're like, yeah, it can get lost, can't it? So
yeah, and it's like if your channel name is, you know, Captain's Amazing Plastic Fantastic Model Kit channel on the telly with YouTube, and thank you very much, look and like and subscribe, then nobody's ever going to type that in or get it right and find you.
No, that's right.
Especially if they half remember your channel name and they try and find you that way. Yeah, good luck with that.
So, yeah, I don't know. It's one of them.
Both of ours are maybe not.
Yeah, it creeps in every now and then. And it started off with me where I wanted to just change up the logo, because I've had the light bulb in the gob one for quite a while now, and it don't work on a mobile phone or an iPad because you can't quite see what the icon is. It's you know.
And is that the picture of the character? That one?
Oh yeah. A lot of people actually think it's me, but it's not. It's the actor who played the Festa in that film or series way back when. I can't think of his name now. It begins with a J, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose it'd be nice to have like an original thing rather than a photograph of somebody else.
I was just going to go back and use the cartoon Festa head.
Yeah.
You know, my cartoon. It's there. And that's it, isn't it, Festa as well? Bang. You know, I still
need to design a character for you, don't I?
Yeah. But it's just one of them. Really I'm umming and ahhing over it, but I'm at that point where I'm going to pull the pin on it and go for it. But
right, well, beat me into submission to design a thing for you. So at least if you decide to do it, if you want to use that character, you've got it there.
Yeah, it's one of them. I just
beat me into submission to do it.
I mean, I'm looking at it. Look at the thumbnails for the live stream, right? You know, you look at both our badges. We know what them badges are, but the thing I'm most known for is what's appearing down there. That little cartoon head from A.Models. Yeah. It's simple, effective, bang, done, isn't it?
Yep.
And that's what it is. So I don't know. I'm just mulling it over, but
More.
the people think it's a good thing, a bad thing. I don't know. Exactly. I mean, my tag on YouTube is just a generic @Festa67, so that could pretty much stay, couldn't it? The channel there, because Festa67's workshop. So I don't know whether I'd have to change that or not, because what's the point of changing it to Festa's World when the @ is Festa67 anyway? So
yeah. And I suppose the other difficulty, of course, is do you want a channel name that actually makes it clear what your channel's about, or do you want something that's not related at all? And that's a difficult one as well.
Oh yeah,
because like if I stumble across a channel called PewDiePie, I'd be like, well, what the hell is this channel about? I've got no idea.
Exactly, but again, yeah, I haven't got anything on my brand name. Like Festa67's workshop doesn't say that I make scale models, does it?
No, that's the tricky thing. It's like, do you want it to be to identify what you do, or does it need to be that? I don't even know if it needs. I
honestly don't think so, because the about section covers that, doesn't it?
I mean, I did model making guru just so I had the model making there to sort of get in for search stuff. But whether I need that now, I don't know if that's even relevant anymore.
It's been done to death now. Everyone's got a model making workshop, haven't they? You know,
I don't think that's how all the SEO on YouTube works anymore, to be honest.
So yeah, it's to be prepared, folks. You might see the pair of us do a complete brand swap at some point. It's certainly something I was going to message Fox about, because he's been doing this a lot longer than I have. And I was going to message PJ, because PJ used to be in advertising and graphic design and stuff like that. And
hey, you know what we should do? We should pay a consulting advertising branding company like 500 grand, and they'll come up with an amazing new made up word like every or Ambion, or all these companies that suddenly have really pointless made up word names that don't mean anything.
Yeah.
I hate that. Yes, we used to be called the International Telephone Company. Now we're called Spemulon, because that means fantasticness or something. So that means you spent money on rubbish.
Yeah, let's call ourselves Meta.
Yeah.
What's the Google one? That's a strange one, isn't it? Because it doesn't bear any resemblance to something they call themselves.
They're Alphabet, aren't they? Google.
Alphabet, that's it. Yeah, Edward says, sounds like some work. If you feel like it would help do it. Oh, yes. It's not necessarily to grow the channel any better. It's
like decorating your house, isn't it? You just want a spring clean.
Every now and then you get tired, don't you? You think, but then I'm looking around at all the things that have got the brand on, that's the old brand, and I'm like, yeah, it's a pain in the backside, but, that on a mobile phone doesn't really work, does it? People can't really see what it is, whereas, just Festa's World with, I'm known for me I'm known for how I look. No two people can be this bloody ugly, so.
No, I mean, that's.
I don't know. It's one of them.
When I did my model making guru logo with the gas mask and stuff, one of the things I decided to do was test it for what's the little icon that comes up on the website when you browse the website. The little icon before the URL. Or in your favourites bar, you have the little icon next to the URL, the link. So, of course, I don't know what it's called, but it's so on. If somebody's in their favourites bar, they see the little model making guru logo. But with yours, it might be harder to tell something that small, like you say, because it's not. So, maybe a different logo or something. You don't know. It's all things to think about, isn't it? How you do it.
Yeah, which way you want to go, mate. And it's. I don't know. It's there, isn't it? I mean, we go through this, don't we, where we want to. You get a bit stale and everything. You just think, it could do with a bit of polishing. It could just do with a little bit of lipstick and mascara, and it's like,
yeah. I mean, for me as well, it's also for me a little bit because I don't just do model making now. I do my video. Well, when I used to do streaming and stuff, I started doing all the video game stuff as well. It's like, it's not just model making anymore, is it? So maybe I need to change something to. I don't know, be less specific.
I don't know. It's one of them. I mean, I don't have that in the description of the name. That's what I do.
Yours.
Yeah, when you see the logo, you see like the buses and all the model kits and that, and it'll say in about a section, I'm a scale modeler, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, but I don't know. It's just that every now and then I think, I could just do with a bit of a clean sweep and, yeah.
So, yes, eventually you get bored of your favourite suit.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's a bit like, you know, you shave your face every day, you grow a beard, or you don't grow a beard, or you just get a bit, yeah. I'll carry on cobbling up bits and pieces and see what I come up with, and I'll just put it out there in the group, see what people think.
Yeah.
I like that Festa's world. I like that. That's short and sweet, to the point.
Well, you know, people, you might just go in one day and suddenly see his channel's got a completely different name and look, and you're like, ooh, everything's changed.
Yeah,
I'm going to sneeze. Oh, excuse me.
I don't know why. I don't know what. I think it's because I was offline. And I just, when I've got time to think, I tend to, what's not working? And I was doing some work in the background on something that is coming up soon. And I just thought, you know something? I could do with a rebrand and a rename just to... And that's what started it, and so.
Well, it's like when I first started out, I wasn't even model making guru. People don't know this, but when I first started out, I was Wolf Models and Miniatures, which nowadays is just far too many words. But you know, you might have that might be say Wolf Models and Miniatures might be the name of the website, but then you'd shorten it down for other stuff. But
I always look at how would it be typed in chat? How would it look? Printed on a sticker, a beer mat, a coaster. You know what I mean? How would it identify in a thumbnail on a tablet? Yeah. Would you be able to see it? And exactly. That's what started it with me. I was on the tablet doing something, and I was networked into this computer. And on my tablet, I've got the same logo that is my sticker. And I just looked at it and thought, you know, I can barely see that, let alone read it. And it just... Yeah, and then I started playing about with roundels, and I thought, you know something, I've got some that I did as stickers of the cartoon head, and then I started playing with that on different shaped backgrounds and coloured backgrounds, and that's what started it. And I thought, the name's too long, I need to shorten the channel name.
I mean, that's the kind of thing where you start to realise that having words in your logo just doesn't work when you go really small.
You've got words in your logo.
Well, on big stuff when it's small, I just have the logo without the words though.
Yeah, but you know, so you know.
Yeah, I mean, I need to look at mine because the words disappear. So having a symbol.
Exactly. So I just want to go for a simple, identifiable thing, which people know me for. Which you know.
Yeah.
So it's there. I mean. Sorry, we've got off topic here, folks. But
we're always on topic. We just like to vary the topic.
Bill says YouTuber, formerly known as Festa.
Festa Tube.
Exactly. So, PJ says F.Models.
F.Models. F-Models.
Yeah. Or F67 models. You know, it's... Something's got to change. I don't know what, but I'm at that point with it there. I wouldn't say I'm unhappy, but I'm unsettled.
Retro Rabbit says, for only $672, you could be rebranded as Foggleblap.
Absolutely.
Also, hey, Rabbit. Hey, James.
Bill says there was a topic. Yeah, I know, mate. I know. Allegedly, these are modelling streams, but we always end up talking bollocks, basically, don't we?
I always think, how would somebody at me in YouTube chat?
Well, I've got me at Festa67, so boom, you know.
Yeah, but there are people that don't know how to do that, and they end up with their channel name. When it's really long channel name, nobody's going to type it at blah, 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 blah.
Exactly.
That's all things to consider. But it's kind of it's a fascinating thing to be thinking about because it's quite interesting to think. You know, if I take this jump, I don't want to screw the pooch.
Well, this will be, if I do this will be the third incarnation of this channel. Because because it used to be Festa 67's model making workshop.
Did it?
Yeah,
I don't remember that.
Yeah, when I first started out. And it was like, yeah. And Model Maker Dave did his Model Maker Dave's workshop. And I thought, that's too similar, so let's...
Yeah.
You know, and then that was it. And, yeah, that's how I started out. So, yeah, and before that, it was my own name was my channel name, so... Which, yeah, didn't last that long. But it was like, yeah... But yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? It's like, I'm just looking around at all the things I'd need to reprint.
Yeah, that's true.
You know.
Go for it. Painting is in, says hello.
Yeah, you know, simple things, but yeah, it's all got that.
Yeah.
But that's one of them. It's nice to look back at old logos because, you know, I've changed my logo multiple times from the days of different fonts and things like that. So I go through this on a regular basis, but... This year, for some reason, the itch has got me bad, and it's like, look, let's just kill the channel name and start again. And
yeah,
but yeah, a simple thing. Look at me mug, you know. So, but anyway, we'll leave it there, folks.
we do get my words out. We do get into little thought at things like that, don't we? Every now and then, start thinking about house cleaning.
It's one of those, though, isn't it? It's an interesting thing. I get. Time where I go on YouTube and I look at SEO videos and things like that, where, you know, how to improve your thumbnails, how to do this, how to make that better, how to improve your tags, your search rankings and that, because I find it fascinating and interesting, you know. Yeah.
Do you think you'll ever do the gormless looking face in the thumbnail?
Yeah, I did them to take the piss out of someone. I can't say on air who it was, but you know this person personally.
Yeah.
He used to be in the boom up and used to do a lot of these thumbnails with the same expression, and it become a bit of an in-joke. And I did a few that had that on there, but I cringe every time I see them. So gradually, you'll notice on my channel, every now and then, you'll see thumbnails for certain videos change. It's where I'm going in and removing my gormless head, because the joke's done now. It served its purpose.
Yeah. And it's one of those things that it torments me, because I know it's good for views, but I hate it so much. I don't want to do it. But I know it's good for views.
Every SEO expert and thumbnail expert out there says you should have yourself on the thumbnail interacting with what you're doing and have a big arrow on it pointing to it. And I'm like...
Yeah, big red arrow.
Yeah, if people can't see it, well, now you get the big red arrow dig on my part work. But, it's one of them, and you're like, yeah, nah, sorry, it's... Yeah, but...
Well, the latest trend is to have, if you're doing like painting miniatures, is to have your big gormless O-face.
Yes.
And they're always really stupid expressions. And then the picture of the thing you've painted, but pixelate it out.
Yeah, pixelate it out, swish it out. And another one is go round it with a white stroke.
Yep.
That seems to be the thing. And I've done that on a few of my videos because I'm in mock mode. Because I get a lot of SEO emails. Dude. They're like, dude, this expert says this. And it's like, yeah, clickbait.
I've had a thought. Do you know what we need to do? Do you know what a real guerrilla tactic would be for YouTube?
What?
Reintroduce the Kai Page curl to thumbnails.
No,
start a thing with Kai Page curl.
Now you've got me wanting to do a distressed paper badge just to wind people up. Yeah.
Just start doing it and see if we can start this trend for having a Kai Page curl on thumbnails.
Either that or use every imaginable different font that you could on your thumbnail.
Or use the Quantum Leap font. I hate that so much.
Yeah. It's one of those. I get a lot of these spam emails. Probably a lot of other YouTubers get them as well. And it's, you could improve your SEO. They send you through your thumbnail. They take a screenshot of your channel, and then they put all this bollocks on there, basically, on and just sit there, and you're like, yeah, right. Like, really? Yeah. And it's always the same thing. You know, a gormless expression or a big arrow or this or You can improve it by doing this. So I did one of these. I did a couple of thumbnails on a recent video that I changed. And sent the screenshot to said person that emailed me and said, "I've followed your expertly applied advice to the letter. And if you look at the 2 screenshots I gave you before and after, you'll see a decrease in the viewing ratings on the one you suggest." And it was kind of to them, you know. And but there's a few so-called experts that do this, and you're like, yeah, I can't do it. The page curl one, yeah, that's got to be done.
Because we need to stop. Because, like, there's probably no one out there that knows what we're talking about when we mentioned page curl, but you know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely, yeah.
This is in the days before Photoshop lens flare. Page curl was the thing.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it
well,
was.
You know,
it was a bit like when you had a new manager in the office, right? And they did their first Excel spreadsheet to send to everyone, right? And in the cells, they would use every different type of shading imaginable, from polka dots, diagonal swirls, bold boxes, all the different colours. And you're like, yeah, he's just done his first spreadsheet.
Yeah, or even worse is the person that does all the things to put up in the office, but they use the word art.
Yeah. Do you remember the memos where you get all the different font letters? Yeah. So, yeah, it's I know it's off topic, but hey, you know, definitely don't be surprised if you don't. So me and him are going to end up banging each other's heads now because we're both thinking the same thing. But
yeah, we need to bring back Kai page curls.
Yeah, page curls.
Kai page curls, that's so meta.
Yeah, distressed paper and old English font.
Oh, flipping copper gothic, whatever it's called. I hate that one so much. You know what makes. And then what we need to do is at least have at least one thumbnail.
Yeah.
Where you have just a photograph as the thumbnail. It's a really busy photograph with lots of different colours and everything.
Yeah. And
then we put the text over it, but it's like a thin Swiss font in red.
Yeah, that'll work.
You can't actually see any of the words.
Yeah, that'll work for me.
Yeah, or even worse. Oh, what's that font? There's a font that's like a handwritten font, but it's
Cosmic MT.
No, it's apparently quite popular in Germany, and I can't think what it's called now. I'd have to look it up. It's a forbidden font.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a forbidden font. It's only ever used in Germany apparently now, and they seem to get away with it. It's not quite a handwriting font, but it's a
I know you had Brush Script MT, didn't you? Which was the swirly signature-looking stuff.
Yeah. No.
LWN says, bring back clip art. Absolutely. Bring back the Microsoft paper clip. Clippy. Oh, we all loved that, didn't we?
Clippy. I actually saw a video where they found and interviewed the guy that made Clippy.
Yeah. Bill says, is it just me that finds it interesting that all the how-to YouTube channels don't have millions of subs but are trying to tell you how to do it? Yes, absolutely. Well, the last one that sent me the SEO even, 3 letters, Cole, you got that wrong. I messaged them back and said, could you send me through a list of the clients you've helped out with this wonderful technique that you're suggesting? Yes, you can imagine. I got no response.
Strangely enough. And it always makes me laugh. I tell you what makes me laugh is when people send me a thing saying, hey, we can build a website. They don't get them anymore because I stopped it, but we can build a website for you, blah, 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 blah. And the way they contacted me is by filling out the form on my website.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you're not
your
seeing the irony
website
there.
could perform better if you followed these techniques. Well, actually, I use this software recommended by the company that I do my website with. It's like, Acme SEO Limited.
I don't get the SEO stuff anymore. But what I get at the minute is lots of people offering to make mobile apps for me. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
For what exactly would I want a mobile app?
Yeah, I get a lot of the SEOs is the current one I'm getting bombarded with. I've had the layout of the YouTube channel ones. I've had them before. Your website would get more hits if you tried this. And it's like, Look, the website's there just for people to go to if they're interested in some of the stuff I've got, or
when was the last time
Amazon
you updated your
store.
website?
Last time I updated it,
Yeah.
when I was offline this month, mine would have been updated last month when I added new products to the store, because somebody in the chat asked me to put on the, what's his name, brushes, these eyeliner brushes.
Just give me 1 second, mate. I've just found something. Hang on a sec. I need to get
Oh, is it your dice?
No, hang on.
Ain't my missing shade, is it? Retro says, yeah, these 3 hobby tips will change your cousin's life. Wait until the end to find out how. They're the ones that really pee me off, right? It's the painting videos, right? And someone will say, I will show you how I painted this mini using this technique. But basically, they don't show you the technique. They just show you the finished model, don't they? And go, look, see? Or this tip will improve this immensely. And it's like, okay, I've watched 10 minutes. Where's this tip then? Come on, show us.
Yeah, where's this amazing advice?
You know, it's like,
I found a caterpillar.
Oh, happy days.
Or something. I don't know. Let's find out.
Yeah, definitely, definitely an interesting one. Go for it, Sid. Yeah.
Pick it up.
Betsy says, I wouldn't go for F67. It will sound like you're a 67-year-old female. Yeah, there is that.
Yeah.
PJ's going to bed. Yeah, we are going to go, mate. I said that at 3:30, didn't I, mate? He says, a great stream again, chaps. Nighty night. Everyone catch you all next time. Yeah. Cheers, PJ. And again, thank you for earlier, mate. And thanks for your ongoing support. It really does mean a lot, mate.
It's a little hairy caterpillar on
Mel
the floor.
says, just put XXX somewhere. There you go, XXX Models. Perfect name for my, yeah.
Oh, yeah, with the word models in there as well.
Yeah. There you go, XXX Models. What do you reckon, folks? How long before I get shut down?
I tell you, and if you did live stream all day, just call it live models. I'll tell you what I do, which is a bit cheeky when I do tweets. I put the hashtag live models.
Oh, you don't?
I do when it's like, because it's like, well, I'm not lying, and
you're bad.
Look,
I know you're mercenary, but that's taking it to a new level.
Yeah, that's just using the SEO as God intended.
That is brilliant. Yeah. I like that.
I think that's a caterpillar. It's furry, whatever it is.
I'm going to remember that, because you know what I'm going to do next time the frolic goes up is I'm going to put that in as hashtag.
Live models, modelling live.
Yeah, modelling live, late night Friday.
Yeah, late night models. Anything that might get some accidental traffic, which is
we could have a bit of the old wow, 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 wow music. We could have PJ in the background doing a bit of pole dancing. Edward says, cheers everyone, have a good night. Thanks Carl and Fox for the stream and your time, bless you. This is what's important for me and Fox, is just giving our time to you. You know, I know we talk a load of rubbish, we are now, but
yeah,
it's important for us. I was asked by Bill in the Zoom, why do we do the frolics so late? And it's purely because it's at a time convenient for our American friends. We get to see some of the Australians, South Africans, Europeans. We get a bit of everyone. And
yeah, because it's a Friday night, perfect. So people in the UK can usually spend at least an hour with us.
Absolutely. We don't do it for the views and the viewing figures. We like to try to share our time with all of you, basically to spoil as many weekends as we possibly can.
Yeah, if we're going to spoil weekends, it's not just going to be the Brits that get spoiled.
Yeah, we're globally known for this, but yeah. Retro says, nice to hang out with you guys again, even if only for a little bit. Have a great weekend. You take care, Retro, mate. Always nice to see you, mate. No, this is our buzz time for us too, because we're up anyway.
Yeah.
And, you know, I get a huge lot of personal satisfaction out of doing these streams, because I get to interact with people. I get to learn new things from you all, learn new things from the chat, not just about modelling, also about yourself and about world events, or, You know what I mean? You just get learned something new every day, don't you? A different,
just exposed to different viewpoints from around the world.
Different viewpoints, different techniques, different ideas, different trains of thought. And there's always something that comes up in the conversation that steers me and him on a completely different tangent.
Yeah, and if there's one thing we need in life, it's steering. Like, dear God, do we need a man at the tiller?
Oh, yeah, do I need people guiding me? Because if I'm left to my own devices, it goes horribly wrong, folks.
Still not found that die yet.
Absolutely. I'm still sitting there. I am going to end up with my Citadel app. I'm going to be sat here looking at my door, going through my shades. I know it. In the meantime, what did I do tonight? I did a bit of drool on my teeth.
Drool, that's nice. That's looking awesome.
So
I love the blend on the belly from the pink to the red.
Oh, yeah,
that's
that was purely, well, I say purely by accident. It was a dry brush with the belly and a dry brush with the red, just going at each other, doing one, doing the other, doing the other. I just flipping the paint around, and then eventually it got rid of the tram line. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. It's, like I say, a little bit of shading to go on it. I've got to do something better with the ground. And then all I've done on that is put base colours down. So this is the stage I was saying that me and Fox hate on a paint job. Because it's blocks of colour. It's like...
Yep. Uncle Atom put a video out today entirely discussing the ugly phase.
Yeah. And it is the ugly phase of a paint job, but you've got to do it to then move through it, to then move on from it. And yeah, that's what I'm telling myself. So that's what I've done.
LWM says, my insomnia loves night streams. I have finished attaching all the weapons, arms, and bits and bobs to all these dudes.
Yeah.
And this is all the figures that come with the Solar Auxilia Battle Force.
Yeah.
Left to do on them, I don't think I have anything left to do on them. So what I need to do now is get these and the 2 tanks all primed. I'm gonna have to get the airbrush out.
Yes.
Because their base colour is going to be Storm Vermin Fur. And I really can't be bothered brush painting all 20 dudes and 2 tanks.
No, just stick them on your stick and get the airbrush out, mate. That's what I would do.
Storm Vermin Fur base on them, and then it'll be the green armour, and that's it. But more importantly, I found this little dude, little furry caterpillar in my bedroom. I'm going to have to throw him
nice
out.
one,
He's only little. He might be an earwig, I don't know, but he's kind of furry. So,
he's a little caterpillar, mate. Yeah, it's pre-chrysalis stage, isn't it? It's that time of year.
He was on the carpet, so I put him outside on the plants.
Try and put him as near to a leaf as possible. That stopped the birds coming down, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he's only tiny.
But Bill says his insomnia loves late night streams. It leads me to another thing I was thinking of. I'm sat here most nights this time of night, and I'm tempted some nights just to hit the live button. Is that something people would be interested?
Yes.
Because I do. Yes. I sit here working overnight, and I could just as easy sit there and just flick the live button. So. Yes.
You don't need to wait for the answer from the audience. Like, yes, just do it.
It's just one of them. I'm consciously aware that if you put yourself out there too much, people will get fed up with the sight of you, and I don't want to overdo it, but there are nights I'm sat here painting like this, and I could just go live. Hello, gang, how you doing?
You have to remember, if you put yourself out there too much, it just means that people will know, well, I've watched him a bit this week, I'll watch him again in a few days.
Yeah, I know, but I just don't want...
I'll just not watch all of it.
Yeah, I just don't want to overdo it, if that makes sense, but... Nights, like I say, where I'm here, where I'm not scheduled to go live, often I sit here and think, I could have just pressed live and streamed it. So
Do it.
There you go, folks. So again, it's just another thing I'm thinking of. Bill says I'd come in if my phone pinged. Well, you don't have to come in the chat, Bill. You can join me live if you want, mate.
Just do it.
If you're up for that, again, if it's something people are interested in, I could do it, go live and then say, do you want to come in and join us? You're in the chat. Do you want to come in? You've got a webcam and mic. Bang.
Nobody ever complained about having too much content that they enjoyed.
I know, but it's just, what I'm like. I know. I don't know what that is, by the way. But,
I don't want to know what that is.
I'm just weighing things up. I'm just throwing ideas out there, but
I know.
So it's just something different, isn't it? Because it's not scheduled. It'll be random. I've got me schedule at the moment because of my health. Don't get me wrong. But, you know, if it's a night I'm at the bench and you hang out and they've all gone to bed and all of that, look, I could just sit here and go, do you know something, sorry, I'll go live. And like say Bill says if his phone pinged, well, I'd say, well, if you want to come in and join me, come and join me. If you don't, I'll understand. Not everyone wants to go live, I get that.
At the end of the day, you might get nobody watching, you might get 10 people watching or 20 people, you don't know, but you might.
Don't bother me that, mate, to be honest with you. I'm not in it for the viewers or the views. That's not what it's about.
Watches.
It's for me, whether one person's watching or two people are in the chat. For me, it's just talking to people. It's just sharing your time, innit? I'm not in it to say I've got more views than that channel or this channel. I don't give a shit about any of that, if I'm honest. It's just me sharing my time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, have a think about it. So, yeah, there you go, mate.
Cool.
Are we done rambling?
I take H got up, by the way, and went to work.
Oh, yeah. She messaged me. She's gone, mate. Yeah, she pings me now to let me know.
Nice.
Right, gang. So we're going to love and leave you. We've gone a little bit over our +3, but it's been interesting because I thrive on getting points of view off of people rather than make snap decisions. So, yeah.
Dear Terry, why?
That's their points of view. I think Kai Page Curl really, really works.
Yours, disgruntled from Kettering.
Yours, well-spoken man.
Well-spoken man from Cheshire.
Absolutely.
I'm going to go and put this guy on a leaf outside, I think.
All right, mate. Happy days, folks. Anyway, thank you
Take care,
again
everyone.
for all your company. It really means a lot. I will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Big hugs, everyone. Adios, amigos.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down.